Call this meeting to order. Sorry, man. Next time I'll give you time to sit down. I forgot you have to do roll call.
Councilman Byron Slomack.
Here.
Councilman Jonathan Heisey.
Present.
Councilman Rob Jones.
Here.
Councilman Ron Cardwell.
Here.
Councilman Matthew Myers.
Here.
Mayor Kurt Mayock.
Here, can you please stand? Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If you bow your heads. Gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you tonight, Lord. We thank you for the rain, Lord, and thank you for each and one of our family members. And thank you for our community, Lord. Lord, we ask that you would just give guidance to our council tonight, Lord, as we always ask for the betterment of our city. Lord, we give you thanks for all the blessings that you give us, Lord. Rob, do you want to pull anything from the consent agenda? No, sir. John?
No.
Matt?
No, sir.
Ron? No, sir. Byron?
Yeah, I've been out. C and D.
C and D. Making a motion for A, B, and E.
Well, we have.
Move to approve items A, B, and E for the consent agenda.
Second.
Matt? Aye. Rod?
Aye.
Jonathan?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
And Byron?
Aye. So you have F through H.
Yeah, there's F, G, and
Oh,
H
my
as
bad.
well. Sorry.
I
My bad.
move,
Yeah, go ahead.
I move we approve items F through H on the consent agenda. Second.
Matt? Aye. Ron?
Aye.
Rob?
Aye. Aye.
Byron?
Aye.
Byron, you want to pull item C?
Yeah, two quick questions. Well, one on C. Page 25, oil well inspection revenue is 0 for the year. I was just wondering what's going on with that. Did we do them all last year?
No, Mark is in the process of doing those inspections. It's kind of the end of the fiscal year cycle. We still have
Okay.
up through September that we can bill for.
Okay, so it's one of those things.
Yes, sir.
All right. That answers that question. The other one is only an opportunity to make a point. On page 35, the PD parking lot got a seal coat and new stripes, and it seems like the city council's parking lot needs the same thing. I just wanted to have the opportunity to make that point.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I move we approve item C and D.
Second. Byron?
Aye.
Matt?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
Rob?
Aye.
Jonathan?
Aye.
Mr. Williams, do we have any proclamations or awards?
I have none tonight, Mr. Mayor.
All right, moving on to citizen comments. These are going to be all the comments that are pertaining to just general comments. I believe I have them separated out correctly. If I messed up and you did not get to speak on general comments, let me know at the end of these comments. You will be given 3 minutes to speak. In our meetings, we have 20 minutes. Once we hit that 20-minute mark, we can see where we're at, and the council can vote to increase that or move forward. Rodney Jones.
Thank you, sir. Let's face it, we are all looking at something we've looked at for months. I've been up here before, 3 minutes isn't quite enough time for me, I'm verbose. I want to remind everybody of a little bit of history. Centralia, Pennsylvania, fires that will never, ever be put out because of a trash fire that got underground and it destroyed that countryside with smoke forever. Gold and silver mining in the Rocky Mountains, leaching lead into the water aquifers. Radium discovered by Madame Curie, which you may consider to be something irrelevant, but her remains and her notes still can't be touched because they are radiated. And radon, because radium is a natural occurring element, comes from radium. Kerr-McGee, I'm sure many of us are old enough to remember the Karen Silkwood debacle and that problem. We had 840 acres from Kerr-McGee up there that they're still working on some of it. Windmill lubricant leakage for all these windmills around town. The lubricant cannot be gotten rid of. It's toxic. Don't forget the bald eagles almost went extinct because of DDT and so many people using them. Pitcher, Oklahoma, a ghost town now because they provided 50% of the lead bullets in World War I. Times Beach, Missouri, on Route 66, we're celebrating 100 years. Dioxin and waste oil to settle road dirt. Y'all know what road dirt is. I got plenty of it over on Richland. And it has got that problem. Tar Creek, Oklahoma, y'all remember that name. The list goes on and on. Good ideas to some minds at the time, but they have consequences. There are 17 Superfund sites in Oklahoma. That's the worst of the worst. But there's also currently 362 facilities, 28.6 million pounds of toxic chemicals that are being released into the environment. That includes Timtrol in Okarche. And we've got people that are wanting to put something in and we have absolutely no clue what kind of damage that's going to do because they won't tell us.
Don Woodard.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
My name is Don Woodard. I live at 66 Sarah Road Northeast here in Piedmont. Lived here since 2009. So anyway, I'd just like to say that I think it's wonderful that we have a country where we can voice our opinions and then we can vote for officials and et cetera. And I think that it's wonderful that we have this many people that come to a city council meeting. Wouldn't it have been wonderful if since 2009 we would have had this many that was concerned about this city? Imagine that, what we could do and what we could have been doing since that time. I think that it's time that these people voice their opinions on a proper format and not at a regular city council meeting unless that particular agenda item is on the agenda. And our city council can do their job, and our city manager and people can do their job. That's all I have. Thank you.
Hey, do we need to fix that mic? Yeah, still Daniels for right now.
Where'd you get that one?
Yeah, actually, hey, use mine. Roy Nelson.
We're good here.
Good evening, everybody. Roy Nelson. You've heard from me a few times. You know, I appreciate the prayers. Ed? Nope, there we go. And making sure that we sort of stick to the agenda. I appreciate the comment that was just said, that we try to stay to topics and talk to the right things at the right times. I ask that all the members of the council hear the citizens. Don't come in with preconceived notions or ideas of what you want to do. I know you've spent a lot of time thinking about this, as we have. And if you haven't, please dismiss yourself, because that means you probably shouldn't be here. So listen to the citizens, though. Understand that your opinions, your decisions could change. Maybe we have a point that you haven't thought of, and be willing and open to participate as a community. And let's all, as citizens, try to stay civil, try to work together, be the community that we want to be, and let's come closer together through all this. Thanks.
Joanne Scott.
I'm Joanna Scott, and I was born and raised in Oklahoma City. I'm 80 years old now, and I've seen a lot happen in lots of areas. And my husband and I moved here in 2011 to be near our children and our grandchildren. And they live up north. Larry and I live at 2504 Mustang Road Northeast. And we love it here. It's our home now. Southwest Oklahoma was our home for many years, farming. And I taught school for 26 years down there. I'm asking you to not just hear what's being said by our community, our people, but really listen. Listen to what they're saying. I appreciate you looking at me when I speak to you. And I appreciate it if you would do the same for the people that are here to speak to you about their homes, about their families, and about their futures. Thank you.
Good evening, guys. I just want to talk really quickly. Generally, what I've noticed in the thousands of documents I have read is I see a pattern. And I think when we come into small cities like ours, we are not prepared for these patterns. We don't know what we're seeing. So if I don't see it as a citizen, I can't expect you guys to see it either. So I just wanted to review that really quick with you. Data centers are entering cities just like ours, all over America through a repeatable sequence. First is land acquisition. Second, utility coordination. Third, zoning and ordinance changes. Fourth, incentive structuring. Fifth, development agreements. And then sixth, phase construction. In that first phase, they do land acquisition. They come in before anyone has any idea. The first land agreement I saw for this company was in 2024 in Canadian County and 2025 in Kingfisher. They buy large rural land parcels. They acquire them early under shell names like Cimarron DevCo or Cimarron Project Co. with proximity to power, fiber, and gas pipelines like the Matheson, usually before any public awareness. They do their utility pre-negotiation like they did with Jim Eldridge and OG&E. Then they tackled zoning, the creation of an IT district or PUD that permits hyperscale use intensity, putting it in the code, which allows generators, substations, large-scale campuses. It's the first formal legal approval of a data center use. Then they make changes to the comprehensive plan. Land is reclassified from rural to ag, from rural ag to industrial and tech, which then enables zoning consistency and it unlocks incentive eligibility. Next, they go into incentive structuring and tax breaks. Just like the windmills, they will be eligible for the intangible tax break that has nearly broke people in Kingfisher County. So many people are experiencing deficits due to that. Next, they do TIF districts, which freezes the baseline tax value, captures incremental growth, and funds infrastructure, shifting the long-term burden. Then development agreements, which govern their future expansions. Then phase construction, with multiple build phases over years. Each phase may have separate valuations, and it enables continuous expansion without new zoning. Then they move into the expansion cycle with ongoing additions, servers, buildings, all treated as a continuation of their original project, which enables the long-term campus to grow. Then what they're doing is legalizing, or what legalizing a hyperscale intensity means is the zoning now allows power plant level infrastructure, noise and generator exemptions, and treats hyperscale as a permitted land use. Basically, the pattern evolves before we ever even recognize it. And that's what I wanted to pay attention to.
Thank you. Mr. Scott? Larry Scott.
First thing is, I'm Larry Scott. My voice is about to fail on me. I live at 2504 Mustang Road Northeast. First thing I want to say is, from the planning commission to the council, to the mayor, to the staff, you need to do unto others that you would have them do unto you. And we got a welfare, safety, and financial and health problem in a 5-mile radius of these data centers. And we need to believe in that one verse out of the Bible, Luke 6:31. I want to tell you a story. After the April 27th meeting, I met a man in the street waiting on his family to pick him up. And he was a farmer, I could tell by looking at him. I asked him what he farmed. He farmed up there by the data centers. And then he told me the story. It's hard to believe. I can't remember his name because too many birthdays. But he said, they offered me $76 million and I turned it down. And I didn't sign the NDA. He gave all that up because his neighbors, his friends said I couldn't live with myself. That's what we need as council, as planning commission. Think about these people. They're hurting, they're scared, they're losing the value of their homes. They're gonna have that low frequency noise forever in their backyards. Something you think about. Musk said his SpaceX filing. He said there's not enough resources in water, electricity, and the pollution here on Earth. So he's going to put 1 million data centers in space, and this is all going to be obsolete. Technology's moving so fast. Goldman Sachs, CEO of Goldman Sachs said this is a dot-com bubble. Half of these data centers will be bankrupt, and that says a lot. But just doing others as you'd have them doing to you, because we've got a lot of people that's got their lives on the line, their savings and everything, and I think we can do well. I think all of you have good intentions, but they may not be the same as some of the others. But I look forward to you protecting the welfare of our citizens. Thank you.
So that would be all of the open comments. Was there anybody that was supposed to speak? Give us your name and address.
Scott Morrow, 4833 Moffett Road, Northwest. I guess I didn't fill out the paperwork right, maybe. I filled out both. I want to speak later too. Who is responsible for managing the city of Piedmont's Facebook page? Are y'all able to answer today or no? Probably not. So I have a genuine question. Why does the city Facebook page not allow public comments? Many cities use social media as a way to communicate with residents and receive feedback, but the option does not appear to be available here. I've looked at Oklahoma City, I've looked at surrounding, we turned it off. Why? We don't want to hear from our people? That's what I'm getting at. And forgive me, I don't like public speaking, but I'm here today because I do care about this. Not really the Facebook comments, but this topic that everybody's here for. All right. A lot of residents are concerned that the city is showing favoritism toward the proposed data center development by pursuing a future land use map change that would make the project possible. It's difficult to separate the two issues when both of them are being considered at the same meeting. If the future land use map change is not approved, the project cannot move forward in its current form. We've already seen that at the zoning committee. One of them already pulled it. Residents have also seen other projects denied. You're probably gonna hear one today. I think that barn thing, pretty cool. But residents have also seen other projects denied because they did not align with the existing future land use map. That's why many people are asking why the standards apply in those situations that appear to be different here. Whether someone supports or opposes the project, I believe residents deserve transparency, open communication, and an opportunity to ask questions and receive their answers. I understand you have a rule about how much time, but this is a big deal. I don't understand how you can put this in the time, so if you do guys vote to not hear from everybody, that's a shame. That's all I got.
All right, that should be it.
I think I might have marked mine wrong. Troy Smith, 3740 Piedmont Road North. I probably don't even need this microphone. Did I mark it wrong?
Well, you have for data center, voted for hearing and citizens.
I just wanted to do it at the citizens'
Yep,
comment.
Gotcha. Yep.
Being clear. My name's Troy Smith. I live up the road. Most of you all drive past my house on a regular basis because I'm right off Piedmont Road. First of all, I want to tell you guys the roads are amazing. I've been here since 2008, and that was a big, big thing that everybody was pushing for. And you guys got it done. I don't know how. I don't know if it was magic, miracles, lots of, please help us out, let's get this done. But we've had a lot of damage to our roads over the years. And you guys got us a great road. So I appreciate it. I know my neighbors probably appreciate it too. The place that I'm uniquely able to speak on is data centers and electricity, because I worked for OG&E for 28 years. I know what this thing's going to do, and I know what they're going to do. As they push this forward, they are going to slip things in that you guys can't get them into the court system fast enough for. And the court system, right now, the way that they're working it on the federal level is to try to keep us from holding these people accountable when they tear up your water system, when they shut your roads down. There is absolutely no benefit to the style of data center that they're gonna build. I have seen data centers that fit inside this building and do not use any water and use the exact same amount of electricity per month that your house uses if you have a 3,200 square foot house. This thing is gonna be a monster. You do not need 660 acres to build a data center. The #1 users of data centers are big corporations passing tokens back and forth. Data centers don't make any money. AI is not making any money. SpaceX isn't making money. It's taking money. The only money being made is Starlink. It's the only way those companies are getting propped up. This thing's gonna fall on its face and we're gonna get stuck with a super fund right up the road. It's just a data super fund. It's gonna be out of date while they're building it. I urge you guys not to allow this to happen. These people don't deserve that, and neither do you.
That should be it. All right, moving on. Item A, discussion, consideration, and possible action of the city manager's recommended fiscal year 2026-2027 annual operating budget. Rob, you have anything? John?
Yeah, there are a few things from the last meeting that I had questions on. Just wanted to make sure I understood. Mr. Williams, if you remember, I was asking about that capital improvement fee and appropriate uses for that.
Yes, sir. So before you, you have a resolution number 012405A. This was the resolution for the PMA altering and increasing the rates for water service or users. This is dated February 1st, 2005. So with the use of the capital improvement fee, I'll just read it verbatim so I know everybody here doesn't have this ordinance. The water rates shown on Exhibit 1 include a water system capital improvement fee. This fee is hereby designated exclusively for capital improvements to the utility systems of the authority, including design costs, construction costs, right-of-way costs, financing, and debt service expenses. And so the conversation centered around, we just paid off one of our loans for our drinking water state revolving fund. It was $300,000, and that money was wrapped up into the OWRD FAP loan. Currently, we mitigate our payment with interest earnings, and so as that drew down, we were anticipating less interest earnings. Therefore, as these loans came offline, we were wrapping those loans to make up the difference.
All right. What road, do you have any specific road projects planned for the capital improvement fund money, or is it just maintenance projects?
Yeah, right now it's maintenance projects. One of the big projects that we're looking at is the preservation of Stout. It's a major thoroughfare. We also anticipate a major project coming up. I don't want to discuss details just yet, just because we don't have all the particulars, but you know, regarding Edmond Road. And so just being able to take care of the roads that get the traffic to and from, fire department, police and safety aspects there. I know you had an ask to look at Sarah Road from 164 to 178. SRB, the engineers, Craig, and our new road superintendent are evaluating what that looks like. Base is pretty good. Could just use a little bit of patchwork, and then we could do an overlay, kind of similar to Chris's. So that's one of those projects that we're looking at what the cost is. Mind you, there's only roughly $600,000 being budgeted this year, so not a whole lot. We've done over 40 miles of roads in the last 4 or 5 years, and so now we're getting down to having to beg for more money. So, and by beg, I mean asking the state, following grants, all the good things that we've been doing. So let me clarify that.
That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
I'm good, thank you.
Aye. I have nothing.
Aye. Nothing.
Okay. Can I get a motion for item A?
Move to approve item A.
Second.
Rob?
Aye.
Jonathan?
Aye.
Matt?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
Byron?
Aye.
Mr. Attorney, can I, without objection, leave this meeting and convene to the PMA?
Recess from this meeting.
That's the word I was. I would like to, without objection, recess from the council meeting and convene to the PMA meeting on page 211. And without objection, I'd like to use the roll call from the council meeting for the roll call for the PMA. Byron, you want to pull anything?
No, sir.
This is item 3, consent agenda.
Right.
Ron?
No.
Matt?
I want to pull A real quick.
John?
No.
Rob?
No.
Can I get a motion to approve B, C, D, and E?
So moved.
Second.
Matt?
Aye.
Rob?
Aye.
Jonathan?
Aye.
Byron?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
Matt, item A.
Item A, meeting notes. I was wanting to just get with Josh, get a status update on items B and C. That was the gravel drop and the stuff we had him looking into for the record service or anything. Do you have any status updates on that, Josh?
So,
For the gravel, we've had some deliveries onto Richland Road. I think right now we're totaling somewhere. Whack-a-mole up here with these microphones. So right now, we're right around 700 tons delivered to Richland Road. Obviously, with our guys are now kind of taking off. We've got to do water meter reading, and then we'll jump back on that. And so we're going to continue to put gravel on the road. I think there's pretty significant improvements there. Obviously, with the recent rains, it's going to expose a little bit. Once we get a little dryness, we'll have the grader come back through, and it'll kind of show us where we need to put some more effort on Richland. With regards to the tow truck, we've reached out to OMAG. I think Jennifer has an email sitting in my inbox. I've not had an opportunity to take a look at that just yet.
Thank you. Make a motion to approve, I think it's item A on the consent agenda.
Second.
Byron?
Aye.
Ron?
aye.
Matt?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Rob?
Aye.
Do not have any citizen comments for anything on the PMA. Does anybody wish to speak on citizen comments for PMA? Item A, discussion, consideration, and possible action on the city manager's recommended fiscal year budget. Anybody have any questions?
I do have one question, Mr. Mayor.
Ron's mic.
What number is that?
Number 5? 6? Number 6. I'll note that. Sorry. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I just had a question about the water meter replacement program. If we have enough details, given all the red tape or strings with the federal funds.
So the capital funds that we received through Stephanie Bice's office for $1.25 million is going to be administered through the EPA. The EPA is unfortunately making us apply for a grant for our own money, namely to capture the project scope. We met with our regional reps for EPA last week. There's a few training classes that are required, so we're in the process of taking those.
All right. So we gotta go through, we don't have any idea how long that's gonna take to go through all that grant application.
I will hopefully have a better update
Yeah.
next month.
Okay, I understand.
Unfortunately, sorry.
No, it's the federal government.
Any other questions? Can I get a motion for item A?
I move we approve item A.
Second.
Second.
Jonathan?
Aye.
Matt?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
Byron?
Aye.
Rob?
Aye.
With the item B, presentation and discussion regarding the OWRB projects and schedule, I decided that there's nothing that's very time sensitive on this, so instead of having Mark Long sit here for this whole meeting and us going through all this with what we have on the council, I would like to table this because we have a lot to do.
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to point out that the slides that were going to be presented tonight will be on our website tomorrow.
Do we need a motion on that? Can I get a motion? I'll make a motion to table item B.
Second.
Matt?
Aye.
Jonathan?
Aye.
Rob?
Aye.
Byron?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
Mr. Williams, do you have any new business for PMA?
I have none.
I'd like to, without objection, leave the PMA and convene to the Piedmont Special Project Authority meeting on page 232. Without objection, I'd like to use the council meeting roll call for the ESPA. Item 3, consent agenda, approval of special meeting minutes on June 8th. Does anybody want to do that?
Move to approve item A. Second.
Byron?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
Matt?
Aye.
Jonathan?
Aye.
Rob?
Aye.
Item A, discussion, consideration, and possible action on the city manager's recommended budget for PSPA. Anybody have any comments, questions? Making a motion.
Make a motion to approve item A.
Second. Rob?
Aye.
Jonathan?
Aye.
Matt?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
Byron?
Aye.
Without objection, I'd like to adjourn the PSPA and reconvene to the city council meeting. Item B, discussion, consideration, and possible action on a rezone application submitted by First Madison LLC. City staff, would you like to cue this up for us? So I've been advised that I've been doing this a little crazy. So we've been doing open hearing before the item is being read from our city staff. So we're gonna do better. Tonight, city staff will open up that item. The applicant will talk, and then that way citizens can understand where we're at and argue. Does it make sense? I put a little mud in the water. Never mind. Shut up. Go right ahead.
Can you hear your minutes if I just talk loud?
Hey, what number is that?
8.
Can you turn 8 down?
8 is alive.
I don't know that it's gonna matter.
Trade you. Can you hear me now? I like it. Okay, this application requested to rezone the property from the current zoning of A1, which is agriculture district, to C3, central commercial district. This is at 323 First Street Northwest. The comprehensive plan shows this area as commercial with a central business district overlay, which has not yet been created. Staff recommends approval.
Do we have an applicant?
I-
Have an applicant?
I did not see the applicant here.
Okay. Make a motion to open public hearing.
Second?
Rob?
Aye.
Jonathan?
Aye.
Matt?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
Byron?
Aye.
I do not have any forms to speak on this. Did anybody fill one out that I've got in the wrong stack? On item B? Bring it up.
Just to make sure I understand correctly, this is the wild horse that would have been doing it. Oh, no?
No, this is Madison LLC for the 323, the rezone the property from A1 to C3.
I think that's the
This is downtown.
Oh,
Okay.
south, the building south of the old store.
Yes.
Oh my
no speakers, I'd like to close public hearing. Rob, do you have any questions on this?
No.
No. Byron?
No.
Ron?
I don't have any questions, but I did have a comment. When we do get these rezoning applications, just like this one, we should have an exhibit. Julie? We should have an exhibit map showing where it's at. Also, it's beneficial for the public to have an exhibit map to know where it's at. That's all I have.
Page 54.
Page 54.
It is, yes.
I have a comment on it.
We don't really, I'm just kidding, go ahead.
I noticed it was denied. I think it would be nice.
I think that's the next one you're looking at.
That's the next.
Sorry, I'm out of sync. Never mind.
I'd like to piggyback on what Chardwell said, that I think it would be helpful if these zoning maps were shown, were projected on the screen while we're discussing these things, so everybody can see what we're talking about, see the same thing we're seeing. I think that would be a good idea for the future. That's all I have.
Matt, do you have anything?
I mean, I drove by there and it looks like they're cleaning up the property and it looks really nice, but I don't have any issues or questions.
Can I get a motion?
Move we approve item 8B.
Second.
Rob?
Aye.
Byron?
Aye.
Matt?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Item C, discussion, consideration, and possible action on the rezone application submitted by Hartshog. Planned unit development, master design. This is gonna be 2901 Mustang Road Northeast. I know I butchered that. Julie, will you set this up for us, please? Our city staff.
I'm ready to go, if you guys are ready to listen. This is a PUD master design statement for the address of 2901 Mustang Road Northeast for a mixed-use development. This application requests us to rezone the property from the current zoning of A1 agriculture to a planned unit development, PUD, with the base zoning being RS3, which is single-family residential district. The Planning Commission's recommendation was to deny this PUD development based on it not meeting the 2040 comp plan, and the city staff recommends denial. This is a 5-acre parcel currently zoned agriculture. They're proposing to do the PUD for the mixed-use development, like I said, with a 2-story structure with residential single-family dwelling on the 2nd floor and an event center on the 1st floor. The proposed mixed-use event data center is inconsistent with the current land use patterns and the city's comprehensive plan. We do not have an area that has mixed residential with commercial in our comp plan, and that's what they are proposing on agriculture property.
Can we amend the comprehensive plan?
Yes, we can,
Well, how come we're not recommending amending the comprehensive plan for this?
because this is for one lot, to put commercial in an area that is agriculture.
Okay, well,
Or one commercial
Sure.
lot. That's fine, because that would be spot zoning, and that is against state statute.
Well, let me ask you this. I think we're maybe nitpicking a little bit here. If we put, I'm being facetious, but if we put the residential on the bottom and the other thing on the top, would it be okay then?
No, because
No.
that's still considered a mixed use.
Well, I have a couple comments that I'd like to add. One, nowhere in the comp plan is PUD listed as a proposed land use. Obviously, as you know, PUD is a mixture of different uses on a particular parcel. A1 does allow a lodge. Now, granted, maybe some of our terminologies are a little bit dated, but lodges is where a lot of events were held, be it a community lodge, the Czech Hall Lodge. Here we are. So therefore, I personally completely disagree with your recommendation. And there are no protests from any of the landowners around this proposed property, and I think that carries a lot of weight as well. I know Piedmont would like to have, I've heard from different people, a different place to maybe have a family reunion or have, a wedding reception or something of that nature, which is what this is really used for, which, I don't know, is that commercial? Not really, because commercial generates retail sales tax, and this is not. So those are my comments.
And I just think that the city could use something like this. We don't have it enclosed.
Is there something about, like special use permits or something like that?
Can we just vote on this again? Like, I suggest, can we just change a lot of this stuff in our stuff?
So just procedurally, as your parliamentarian, we're at the stage of staff presentation and questions of staff, and then you guys do the applicant, and then you all do discussion and debate. So you guys kind of get the step ahead of the horse here.
So we need to hear from now.
If there's any more questions for Julie, we'll take them up now.
I have
Julie,
none.
she'll sit down.
I just wanted to ask that question. What role would potentially a special use permit play in something like this?
This applicant started with a special use permit and withdrew a few years ago.
Yeah.
This is his third application, because that's based on the use, and we didn't have that use in our districts.
Okay.
So that's why he came back with a PUD.
Okay.
Julie, if I understand, the base zoning of this PUD is still gonna be ag, is that right?
No, they are proposing RS3.
Where does it say that in the PUD? Because I don't see that. Because in section 8.1, it says the use and development regulations of the A1 General Ag District shall govern this PUD except as herein modified.
Hold on.
Page 64, 8.1, is that correct? Use and development regulations. Use and development regulations of the RS3 district shall govern this PUD.
That's not what this handout says that I have.
Right.
I think that that's the prior PUD. This was the most recent. Okay. Yeah. The PUD in your packet is the most recent PUD.
The handout that we just received?
Yes.
If you look at page 73 in your packet, that's the second application, and it does say A1.
So they changed it, and that was one of our comments when we kicked it back the first time to A1.
Do you mind clarifying your point that if we approve this, we're going against state statute and law?
So they asked a different question, and the question was, why are we not approving this and suggesting the comp plan amendment in a different area? The state statute says that you can't spot zone something. So if something is surrounded, we can't take one piece of property if somebody asks us to rezone that and change that one piece of property, with the exception of a PUD.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
The PUD allows for a mixture of uses, which is why this is the appropriate venue for that, because you have a residential component and this commercial or gathering space component.
Gotcha, I was just trying to make sure that we weren't, if we just did decide to approve this, that we weren't going to be going against state law.
So I'd like to clarify too that this came to us as complaints, is how we first heard about it through code enforcement. And we have received a complaint previously, not with this submittal, from one of the neighbors.
What was the complaint about?
Noise, loud parties next door. It was mostly just fearful of not having like a solid fence to protect her property between the property and the event center.
But, and going back to section 8.1, it has hours of operation, 7 a.m. to 10:30 p.m., which seems fairly benign to me. I mean, they would be held to those hours, right? If they had an event outside those hours, they could be fined or cited for some violation, right?
Correct, that would give us the teeth and then send out code enforcement or the police.
Okay, so there's a discrepancy between the packet we were just handed and what we were sent in the agenda packet. For example, the packet we were just handed says 10:30 p.m. and the one that we were sent says 11. So are there other changes other than just the timing that we don't know about?
I'm assuming that the marked up HUD that he sent to Julie was not included.
Okay.
So,
As far as I know, the last one updated March 27th. So I don't know if the one you have is more recently updated. That was not in the agenda packet. There are conditions that you can place on there if there are some discrepancies in there.
So, so let's hear from the applicant, let's figure this out. You'd like to start there? Yes.
Just to kind of clarify, the one that we were handed has a March 23rd date, and the one I was looking at is the final PUD submission date, which was March 27th.
So just real quickly before you present, I want to clarify the facts here. This one that you handed out tonight is from March 23rd. The one that we have that was provided by you was dated March 27th. So we provided the most recent one. Could you help me understand what, there's a timeline in which one you're trying to work from?
the PUD that is in your packet is the PUD that we have most recently sent. The city provided their comments. The PUD that is in this packet is the PUD that I then provided back to the city, which was right before planning commission. So I assumed that was the PUD.
So the one that you put here is kind of the proposed changes with the staff's feedback. This one's the one that was your application, correct?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
But you can see our confusion. The one you just handed us says March 23rd. The one in our packet says March 27th.
I understand your confusion, yes.
So the March 23rd one is more current?
You want us to go off of this one?
Please go off the PUD that is in the packet. This is the PUD that was sent to the city. After the city provided their comments, this is the PUD that was sent to the city. I don't know what happened after I sent it to them. I'm not sure why it was not provided to you all in the most recent form, but I sent this to the city. I can provide email to show you the most recent PUD that was sent. I'm not sure why the date is different.
We'll figure the logistics.
I apologize about
No,
those.
Just go ahead with what you want.
Okay. To be clear, Julie received the email and signed off that that was received, so apologies. Okay, well, we'll move on. My name is Cassidy. Nice to meet you all. I am an attorney at Hartzell Congregation, and I am here this evening on behalf of the Pellegrino Family Trust, owner of the property located at 2901 Mustang Road. While I'm appearing this evening as counsel for the applicant, I am also a member of the community myself. I grew up in Piedmont and I still live here now. My family has deep roots here, and I care deeply about preserving the things that make this community special. Because of that connection, I would not be standing before you advocating for this if I believed it was harmful to the surrounding area or inconsistent with the character of our community. Thank you for your time and consideration this evening. Before discussing the details, I would like to begin with what I believe is one of the most important points in your packet. You will find letters. They should be right after the PUD. These letters are from neighboring property owners. The client has been in contact with all neighbors, including all surrounding property owners who were required to be sent notification from the mailing letters. Those neighbors are either here tonight and will speak for their support, or have either called in to the city to give their support. These are individuals who know the property best and who would be most directly affected by the proposed uses. As for the comment about the special use permit and the conditional use permit and the fence, there has since been a fence put into the property, so that has subsided that neighbor's concerns. Also, just to give a brief history, as Julie touched on, my client began this process by trying to apply for a special use permit, was then advised that a conditional use permit would be most applicable, then was advised by the city that a PUD would be most applicable. So that is why we are here tonight. As you can see on the screen, go back please. This is just an aerial view of the property so you can have a point of reference as we go through this. Just a little bit about the property and the family. This is deeply personal to the owners. They have always wanted to live in the country, and they chose Piedmont to build their home. The vacant land near their home became available, and with perfect timing due to their daughter wanting to bring her family back here, they wanted nothing more than to have their grandkids attend Piedmont schools and get to grow up here. They built a barn on the piece of property next to their home where their daughter and grandkids live now in the living quarters above the event venue. Okay, this is photos of the outside of the barn, just so everyone can kind of see what we're working with here. They demonstrate the existing character of the property and the existing improvements. Next, you'll see the inside of the barn. This is just to provide additional context regarding the improvements and to show that we have spent significant resources to provide an event center for the community to use. What is being requested? An event venue in an already existing structure, reuse of existing improvements, and no major commercial development is involved. But before we get into what is being requested, I want to briefly acknowledge how we got here. Unfortunately, this process got off on the wrong foot, as has already been discussed tonight. My client has experienced unintended consequences of private family gatherings for which any other person here today would be able to partake in under similar circumstances. While private family events are not what we are here for, it is what brought us to this point. We would like to move beyond this and show the good faith of our client in pursuing this process. Tonight, we seek approval of a planned unit development for the property. The request seeks approval for an event center use within the existing structure. Importantly, this request focuses on existing improvements already located on the property, for which my client has spent and is prepared to spend tens of thousands of dollars to comply with what you and the city has. Next, we provided an impact table, and you can also see this in your packet. Apologies that the wording is a little small up there, but so this is to show uses that are already allowed in A1 and compare them to the potential impact that the event center could have here. So already allowed is a religious institution. Typical characteristics here, and apologies while I walk through this, but weekly services, weddings, funerals, events, hundreds of visitors, significant traffic, weekday, weekend activities. A school, daily traffic, morning, afternoon congestion, buses, sporting events, pickup, drop-off. A school generates daily activity, while the proposed use here would likely be 1 or 2 times a week. A library, daily access, daily vehicle traffic, again, the proposed use here, limited. A lodge hall, which I will get into further details about on the next slide, but this is a similar use and one we see as most analogous. So again, as I mentioned, a lodge hall is already a allowed use under A1. So what we've done here is compare our proposed event center to the already allowed lodge hall. Again, sorry for the small font, but you also have this in your table, or in your packet. So the primary function of a lodge hall, gathering place for members, meetings, celebrations, and community events. The primary use for our event center, gathering place for private celebrations, weddings, family events, and community gatherings. Both are designed to accommodate organized gatherings of people. The nature of the use, neither use generates continuous daily commercial activity. Traffic. For a lodge hall, it is concentrated around scheduled events. That is the same for the event center. Parking demand. It would be event-based parking. This is comparable to our proposed use here. The hours of activity. Similar operating patterns for both. And our proposed use also has parameters around that, whereas for a lodge hall, there would not be parameters. As already mentioned, we have offered 7 to 10:30. Noise potential, this is comparable, guests arriving, departing, outdoor conversations, and our proposed use has limited the noise to no noise outside after 10:30. Alcohol service. Our proposed use has licensed service requirements, liquor liability insurance, ride share programs, all things that would not have to be required of the lodge hall. Fire safety, we are both subject to the applicable fire code, and our PUD has implemented those fire code requirements. Occupancy, max of 99 occupants is what we have our PUD at. And both uses are site-specific. They both include site-specific operational safeguards. So again, those were just the analysis of the impacts of zoning that is already allowed, and an analysis of the zoning use lodge hall that we see is analogous to our situation here. So in talking with the city, with Julie and the Planning Commission, we had back and forth, as we've all figured out tonight, where the police chief also provided comments. Some of these concerns included parking, traffic, safety, noise, alcohol, and neighbor support. So in your packet is how we've addressed those projections. It should be towards the very back. To address the compatibility, we got many comments from community members, from neighbors expressing their support. We addressed neighbors to address any concerns they may have. For occupancy, we provided a 99% occupancy cap to limit the venue to a small-scale, community-oriented event space. For hours of operation, we limited to 10:30 closing time. For safety, we have implemented no parking along rights-of-way. Event parking management plan will be implemented. Overflow parking procedures will be implemented. Event traffic management provisions are already incorporated into the PUD. The fire lane will be provided as required by the code. Emergency vehicle access will be maintained at all times. The noise restrictions, there will be no outdoor amplified sound prohibited after 10:30. alcohol controls and safety. Alcohol service is only through licensed bartenders or licensed catering providers. Liquor liability insurance will be required. And I want to reiterate, there will be no events on this property, no weddings on this property that are not, they will not be serving alcohol unless it is through a licensed caterer who by state law is required to have the insurance that is necessary. And then again, all protections incorporated directly into the PUD come with the city being able to enforce these. So if these items that are agreed to are not met, we understand that there are repercussions. We understand that the city is able to implement these fines and cease and desist and other shutting us down, those type of things. We understand that that is at your discretion, and so we want you to know that we plan to comply with these things, and we will comply with these things if it should go forward. Next is okay, so this is the architectural design. You can see that we have the IFC fire turnaround hammerhead. We have 8 parking spaces required for the assembly, 2 required for the dwelling, and 1 ADA space required. And just again, on the fire lane, it will be a 20-foot fire lane, and then the hammerhead for in and out access. The next photo just shows the first floor where the living quarters are. Or sorry, this is the first floor with where the event venue is, with bathrooms, prep area, storage, event space, and the entrance. The next is the living quarters upstairs. You can click through these. The outside. As mentioned, there were multiple support letters gathered from various members of the community that you can see in your packet, along with support letters from neighboring parcels, some of which you have heard from tonight or, as I mentioned, called in to express their support. These letters before you now reflect that many community members believe this project provides value to local families in the community. As I sat here tonight, I had multiple people come up to me saying that they wish this could get passed, that the city needs something like this. And I just had my 10-year high school reunion, and we were really wanting to use somewhere in Piedmont and had very limited options. So I have firsthand experience that somewhere like this would be very beneficial to the community. I want to reiterate that the applicant is willing to make adjustments as the community and city sees appropriate. And before I conclude, I just want to emphasize that my client wants to continue to be a good partner with the city moving forward. If there are additional expectations, operational requirements, inspections, compliance measures that the city believes are necessary, we would like to understand those. And we are prepared to spend whatever money it takes to comply so that this family can implement this event venue that is special to them and would be special to the community as well. That's it, thank you.
So before you start, I want to make a comment.
Okay.
It looks to me that we were looking on page 59 to 67, which is the original that they applied for, and there are comments from city staff on that. And then page 68 is where the new one begins. And there are some things in there on the 8.1 for page 73. It's going to be 8.1, which goes to A1, which that staff recommended we go on RS3 to A1. But in our packet that we have to go off of from the city, it states that it's 11 p.m.
Right.
And your original says 11 p.m., but then the packet that you handed us says 10:30. So that's one discrepancy we need to figure out which one's which. That's what's going on there is we have the city staff comments on the very beginning one, and then page 68 through whatever it is. is the one that they correct.
Yeah, we're happy to amend it to conform and whatever Julie prefers or whatever you all prefer.
So anyway, that's, go ahead, Byron.
Well, just real quick on that item. I think we might have a notice issue passing this tonight because we have 3 versions at this point. I don't even know which one is which and the difference between the 2. I would suggest you all flesh out any questions you might have and then bring this back so we're fully compliant with the notice requirements. But I would encourage you to have a discussion and comments, because I do have some comments as
Yeah,
well.
I was about to say, we have to go with what was presented to us as a council,
But
right?
that's never stopped us from amending things in the past, making amendments. Why can't we just amend what was noticed?
You may certainly do whatever you like. I'm just giving you what I think would be your best practice. But you're
Well,
right. You're noticed on the agenda item for amendments, and until we have that in the preface of every agenda item.
Right.
So perhaps you could amend on the fly if you like.
I just don't understand, I'm curious as to what the difference, it seems like it,
I'm saying that, council member, because this document is 10, 15 pages, and I haven't compared and cross-referenced line item to line item, so I don't know the extent of the changes between
Yeah.
versions 2 and versions 3.
Alright.
If you are, however, to your point, if you work from version 2, which we're fully prepared to present today, and put your amendments into version 2, I would be comfortable with that.
is that okay with you?
Can you reiterate what's happening here? Because
I'm saying that this version that you handed out to us has differences than what we have in the packet. We are prepared to provide guidance and counsel to what's in the packet. I don't know the changes in version 3. So if you're asking to vote for version 3, I haven't line item all the changes in item 3. I have item 2 prepared to act on today.
I understand that. I don't understand how we got here.
Nor do I. We can figure out that later if you want, but I don't know how we got here either.
Yeah, that's my whole deal is we have to vote with what's on our packet from page 68 to 87.
I think the confusion is this version. If we go off of what's in our packet.
I think what we ought to do is look at the,
Ask your questions,
Yeah.
all your information.
right, just look at what we've got in front of us and talk about what we can agree on, and then kind of go on from there. Probably should have another notice meeting. The max occupancy on the building, I understand, is 99. Property is pretty good size. Does that apply to the whole property as to 99 people for an event?
We planned on that applying to the event space. So 99 people are allowed to come to the event, 99 people are allowed to be in the event space itself. Does that answer your question?
No,
Okay.
because if you have 99 people in the event space, but 200 wandering around all over the property, that's really different.
99 flat.
Period.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
I would want to see that absolutely clarified.
Excluding caterers and all that?
It's total.
It's total
That'd be total,
It'd
right?
be-
I just wanted to clarify.
Right.
It would include all human beings.
Okay.
Okay. At the moment, what's the total parking capacity, do you know?
Like as the property sits right now.
No, as proposed.
8 parking spaces and 2 ADA, so 10 total.
But the rest of the property could be used for parking, right?
Yes.
Front of the
Yes.
parking.
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna tell you, when I consider sound, amplified sound, to me, I view that as a property right issue. This is me. My ears are mine. And I don't really like it when people use them rent-free. So I would personally suggest that there be no outside amplified sound at all. Myself.
Remember that.
I'd agree with Byron on that, no outside sound, needs to be contained inside.
Okay, so would y'all agree to that?
I would have to talk with my client, but yes,
Hey.
we agree.
This is between the applicant and the council.
My client will agree to the no outside sound.
I'm kind of that way with my eyes too. So I know nobody's proposing changing the lighting right now, and people seem to be fine with it. I would just suggest that if any changes are made or at all, that I was wondering if you could agree to a provision that you use the shaded, black, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
The downward.
Cut off.
Yeah.
Things what you're looking for.
You're cut off, there you go. See, I knew there was this term of art and I could not remember it. So cut off lighting, if we could amend this to include something like that. I'm not saying change it all. I'm saying if you make changes, if you increase lighting, then it'd be cut off.
Sure, yes, we understand, and we'll agree to that.
Those are my issues.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wrong issue.
Mike?
Wrong.
My issue is my microphone, the light still, I'm static. I would like to see added to one of the plans, that you can fit enough parking, it looks like, I was sketching on here, like, can you fit 99 vehicles on there, plus some other, maybe delivery vehicles, or what landscaping is out there, for trees and some plant things. I've been to the place, I know, but I think there's some trees out there somewhere, but in general, that's all that I have.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman, if I may inquire, just really down what you're saying there, and just for the applicants, there's, it currently states 10 parking spaces and 1 handicap is what both versions say. I think the occupancy is 99, so I think inherently they're parking on the grass. And if you all have concerns or not, or if we're worried about mud or runoff into the roadway, it might be a conversation worthy of discussion or not, that you guys are policymakers, not me. But I will say, you said earlier that the property was going to be compliant with the fire code. I haven't seen anything about how we're handling all of the improvements that were made. All the improvements were made without permits, without fire inspections, so we really have no idea what's above the roof, if there's appropriate sprinkling, if there's a firewall. So when you say everything was appropriate, we haven't permitted or inspected anything, so just I want to bring up the health and safety concern. Certainly, I think you guys wouldn't want to waive that, but just want to bring it to your attention.
If I may.
Yeah.
There has not been anything done as of yet. Sorry, I'm Patrick Pellegrino, on the property, I'm sure, anyways. So, no, we agreed to follow the IBC 2018 codes, which would require sprinkling on the residential. And we would abide by that. So there has been nothing done, there has been nothing altered in this building since occupancy was given in November of 20.
Well, I think the point I got there, I think we'll have the chief clarify, I've been through this a lot with you guys over the last couple of years. When you guys originally did this, it wasn't for this commercial space, right, it was for a garage. There's different fire code requirements for firewalls between a commercial structure and a residential structure. So while I agree with you that nothing's changed since that time, when you pulled that permit, you didn't pull the appropriate permit, so we didn't check for a firewall. I don't know above that roof if there's a firewall is what I'm saying. That's all I'm trying to clarify.
Yes. The fire chief has been out along with John Moore to give us some what needs to be done in addition to the IBC. So that's what we're gonna apply with, or contend with.
My understanding is if they're gonna get occupancy for this, they'll have to go through full inspection again, won't they?
Correct.
So they're gonna have to, so there's gonna be inspection by
Yes.
city officials for code compliance.
Yeah, I just didn't want you guys to get this approved, and when we come, we've done this before, where we all know we're gonna do an inspection, and we get there, and we're like, hey, what's above that roof? I have no idea, I can't see, because I wasn't there. I didn't want them to be surprised later on about previous applications, so I just wanna make sure we're really clear.
Yeah, as far as parking on the grass, the city's allowed that all over town, especially with the school and the football field for many years. And it's never been a problem, so I don't see why it should be a problem for this person either.
Okay, so I've got a few questions. At one point, you said there's 8 spaces, 2 ADA spaces. This is saying, I think it was 10 spaces total, 9 and 1. Can we, whatever final version we get with this, can we make sure that is clarified? along with, I've got a 10:30 and 8.1 on here. I've got an 11 o'clock at 9.19. Again, this is all clerical mumbo jumbo, but I just want to make sure it's all sorted out. How many square footage is the actual event center going to be?
It's like 2,300 square feet. So as I was told for the second, when I came again to reapply,
Yes, sir.
as it was mentioned earlier, it was withdrawn because it was withdrawn based upon previous council that I had, because I had a personal gathering there. Anyways, so when I came back to do this again, I was told to do it by the book. The book was get architectural drawings, which are there, so that, and to abide by the codes. And the code for parking was like one, I didn't bring the architect, but it's 1 per 300 square feet. So that's how we came up with the number of spots. And as Mr. Heisey mentioned, we always use the pasture as additional parking. So, and then the other question was?
Just the square footage.
Yeah, so the square footage is about 2,300 and some change.
So the reason, where I was going with that is, based on the designs and stuff, it looks like there's 2 bathrooms for 99 people and 2,300 square foot. I'm not sure if that meets fire code for occupancy.
It will.
But as long as you're following the fire code, and this does not try to amend the fire code or whatever that is.
No,
in some
we agreed to again, abide by the IBC 2018 and then the IF fire code.
Yeah, I was trying to get the fire chief to come over here and speak to that, but he's going to hide from us, so that's okay. Now, I do want to clarify, so you said no outside, hey, thanks. No outside audio, is that kind of where we were going with that? Is that no outside sound that we were going down that road? Because it is an event center, and I understand that you're going to want to be able to.
There is a lean-to that has outdoor speakers for people to play, music outside, should they do so. But if you all don't want to do that, then it is what it is. But I also like to address the noise complaints, because I was never brought to my attention noise complaints. And I noticed when Julie said I don't know who she is, but again, I was never notified by police or anything that there was noise. There was never any citations or brought to my attention, hey, Patrick, much less from any of my neighbors, because we're all good neighbors, and they have my phone number, and so you'll hear from 2 of them at least tonight. But if that's not what you want, then noise or music, then I won't allow it to be played outside. It's like Byron said, I don't want to impede upon anybody's enjoyment of their property, but I also don't want to impede on mine,
Yeah, and so my thought is if we did some like modified hours for outside music or something like that.
That's fine.
I would be more amenable to that versus like you can play music outside till 11 o'clock. Like again, I don't like to.
I live next door. My children live upstairs, so yeah, it's I've got grandkids there, so anyways, but yes.
That's the majority of my questions.
Yes, sir.
Just a quick anecdote regarding the outside noise. I lived in Phoenix for a number of years. 2 different families right next door to each other decided to have NFL watch parties outside in their backyards. And they each had different music on. And they were both turning their music up to where they couldn't hear the other. I had a neighbor once that I said, yeah, it'd be fine if you had a party one night or something, one evening or something. To start preparing, they started up their mower and turned up their music so they could hear it over their mower that they're 2 feet from. So, like I say, my ears are mine, and I don't want to use rent-free, and I don't blame anybody else who feel that way. And as far as hours and such go, my issues are, I don't know who has a migraine next door. I don't know what their circumstances are and why they might need it quiet. And so that's my issue. So just clarifying for the public and
rest of the council where I'm coming from.
Where this barn, or the barnuminium, because it is a barnuminium, sits, it's towards the back. And neighbors, I have cattle to our left, and my property's to the north.
Yeah, keep in mind, of course, that can change too, and the PUD is there.
Yes, sir.
When we do have noise ordinances and stuff like that for the city for some of that specific thing, I just don't want to limit what you can do on your property in regards to if you want to have an outside, band at a wedding or something like that. That's my personal thing. So we're gonna have to get some consensus on the council on how we're gonna go about that. But that's.
You guys don't know anything about the Piedmont band that does 5:30 in the morning.
Yeah, I get the van, it's nice.
The people that live right
I
over there.
would just point out to the council, you already have an outdoor noise ordinance in effect citywide, so that's already in place, so they'd have to follow that.
Yes.
So that's not gonna be in this ordinance, correct?
No, but they have to follow all the ordinances, so I think just follow that one as well.
Any other questions? Now that we got all that out of the way,
Can we get do we have a detailed list of things that we want to amend?
we'll get that.
Okay.
We need to open a public hearing now that we got all that out of the way.
Thank you.
Make a motion to open public hearing on item C.
Second.
Ron?
Aye.
Byron?
Aye.
Matt?
Aye.
Rod?
Aye.
Jonathan?
Aye.
Claymores? Is that right?
My name's Clint Morrison, and I live right across the street from you. And when I bought my house, none of them houses was there. Some of you neighbors that might be here out tonight, your houses wasn't there. But, I understand what he's been trying to get done over there. And he and I have spoke about it several times, and I have no problem with what he's doing over there. Like I said, I've never had any problem with noise. He's had a couple of events happen there, and I really honestly didn't even know what was going on until I seen all the cars going on down the road, so I never heard any commotion from it. It's always been clean, it's always been respectful, and it's never bothered me any, and I don't have a single problem with what he's trying to do. I think that the town needs it. It's out of the city limits, so it's not like it's right in the middle of the town causing problems with people. It's out on a good acreage where it won't bother anybody. But that's pretty much all I have to say about it.
Foster?
Do I have to come before you guys for my 4th of July celebration? No, I'm Foster Kramer. I live just straight east from Patrick. And I've been there since 2003, and Patrick moved in about 2014. Had absolutely no issues or concerns. Patrick's kept me informed all the way through the process of building the barn and doing what he needs to do. And I guess I have no concerns at all about the barn being there used as an event center. I don't know who called in, but they've had to call in with my grandkids when they show up for the swimming pool, so I'm sure that they, I don't know who it would be and stuff, but I haven't heard any issues or had any issues. And I feel confident too that if I did, I could contact Pat or Darla and they would fix the situation immediately. So that's all I got. Thank you very much.
Patrick, have you already spoken? Do you want to speak again?
I was gonna wait till if there's any other amendments proposed.
Okay. That's all, you're the last one. Go ahead, sir. I forgot somebody marked all.
I did, I had a couple comments on this one more than else. So, I guess I don't really understand the substantiation of the city staff's recommendation. to not approve a PUD when, like, literally we have a big audience because of PUDs. So my comment with that is, like, let's make sure we play fair. I agree with the presentation. I also have been listening to some of the comments that you're making, and I took some of those notes. So, you know, my recommendation as a citizen that would use something like this and enjoy something like this, have my family, maybe our kid will get married over, that'd be cool. Save me a lot of travel and money. Is to amend notice 2 as published, because it's already published. I think that we've come up with a very clear set of guidelines that can be documented. 8+2 on the parking, handles ADA. Have them put in an extra ADA. It's a little bit of concrete. I'm a disabled vet. There's days I can't walk. I'd appreciate that. I like the idea of a decibel at the property line. There's another PUD that talked about that. Maybe we can do something like that. 10, 30, or 11, just make a decision on the fly and throw it in. And then the 99 max attendance with staff clarity, good call there. But I really like the idea. I really think it's great for our community. And if the neighbors are here voting for it and not complaining, my only complaint is hearing about a complaint that the owner didn't know about. Thanks.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm Sam Stricker, Ward 2. There's my city councilman, and the counselor here has let you ask for clarification on all this. I joined Patrick's property on the direct west. I've never had any issues with any sound noise in the past. If you Google event centers for Piedmont, you might find 2 different sizes. Competition's good. And we need something like that. If you Google it for 5-mile radius, there isn't but 3 or 4 event centers. So I think that from a citizen standpoint, it fills a need to have that event center. I like how it's capped at 99. I did go through excruciating while I was wanting to watch the OU men's baseball game, reading the packet, downloaded it, and Patrick furnished me information. I've known him for many years. And it just seems like it makes common sense to me, everything here. He's tracked 4, I'm tracked 5. Again, I joined him on the back. But for a mixed use, it makes sense to me because even within the 2040 comprehensive plan, I believe it's page 35, it talks about mixed use properties and we don't have them. And it talks about residential on the top side, commercial on the bottom. Whether you recommend this being commercial, recognize it as commercial, I don't know. But I think that it's real reasonable that we have something like that. I don't think that it hurts any of our property values. If I did, I wouldn't say I'm in favor of it. But I think he does a real good job. He really takes care of his property. I like the hours that's proposed. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with the traffic situation. You already have commercial use in that area before you even get to 178. There's a heat and air conditioning company working out of there. It's been there for years, more than likely grandfathered in. So I support it, and I think that it's a good addition to our community.
Troy Smith, and I just have a point of order, point of clarification, because you guys have more info than what I've got. With doing this, is there a city plan where something like this was already in the plans, like commercial zones in the city, that we have as a regular city plan?
Yeah, they can go out.
Yes.
Okay, and how far away from that is it? Are we talking 10 miles, 3 miles, a mile, half a mile?
Corner of Mustang and Edmond Road, southwest corner.
For the...
So half a mile
for commercial.
So a half mile difference?
Yeah, 3/4 of a mile south.
Okay, so with that being said, and we don't really have something where you got somebody living over the top of their commercial property, I guess that's the contention point, right? There's no comp to it right now.
Well, it's mixed, it is mixed use, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we don't have anything comparable to it in the residential space, right? Where you have a commercial residential or an ag residential. That would be something to look at. The other question I have is, once you make an exception on this, how does this like influence like the thing most of these people are here for, which is the data center? Because once you change a PUD for them, that is the end. I mean, that's it, that's the end. You can't stop them at that point. There's no, I mean, you did it for them.
I'll just say that by definition, a PUD is an exception to everything all the time.
Yep. And that's their end. So I'm just curious.
We'll get to that when we get to that.
Well, you'll get to it late, because once you give them a PUD, then the fire guy is going out to tell them how to put their firewalls in.
We get PUDs all the time.
Sure.
Building code is different than zoning.
I get that, but once you're building, then you're at a different, now it's just semantics at that point. Build it the way we tell you to. So, like I said, it was just point of clarification. I don't know any of the people involved in it. I don't know where the zones are for like the commercial entities we already have. And do you want commercial entities smattered out throughout in the middle of everybody's residencies if you have 5 acres or 4 or 10 or whatever? So it's just a question. I don't have any stake in it at all. I just know from an appraiser standpoint,
I'm gonna say
that's gonna cause some people some problems and some people not. Some people don't care if they live by it, some people do. So if the homeowners around it don't care.
Your time's up. Go ahead, Byron, what were you gonna say?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, we're probably gonna have to get used to, artisanal type labor, at home. Things are changing technologically, and that's the only way I see things happening over time in the future. You don't have the great big factory jobs that used to go on. And, you know, it could be wrong. Nobody sees the future with 100% accuracy. I just think that there are some things that we're gonna have to get used to that we're not used to. And quite frankly, I think my sound just, oh, no, it's back. I think we're gonna, I think that we're just gonna have to live flexible lives. But that comes back to having good rules as to making things compatible.
I just noticed why the sound outside went out. Let me go and let those people out there know that there's room inside.
Okay, please do.
I let them know they don't want to come in. It won't reconnect to the internet. I've tried. I don't know what's happening with it. But they were willing to watch on their phones. They didn't want to use it.
All right, I'd like to, was there anybody else? I went through these forms, I didn't find anything, so we should be good. Close public hearing on this item. All right, council.
I would like to see a full, complete, final version. So is that, do we need to table this? Do we need to postpone? How do we, what's the best way to state that?
I just tabled this item to a date certain, and then we can bring back the correct application on that date.
Okay, I make a
But
motion.
hold on, before you do that, I would like to make a motion with all the changes that you guys want.
Agreed.
Is that fair? So that way they know what to come back with. So whoever wants to vote.
Let's make sure we all agree on it. And make sure that the applicant understands too.
What's right on this list?
Yeah.
I got it.
7 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. The hours of operation.
outside hours on top of that? I care.
I don't care.
I don't think outside
Well,
noise.
it'll be in the meeting minutes. You'll have it written down.
Outside noise, I wouldn't be in favor of. At any point in time.
We have an ordinance for it. Until 10 p.m.
I mean,
We have, I'm just gonna say this, we have live music at city events outside all the time.
Football game goes on, like I said, the band at 5:30 in the morning goes off every day during school. What's the ordinance?
Talking about you.
7 to 10, 7 a.m. is it? Sun up to sundown.
The issue is amplified music. The band isn't amplified. That's all there is.
Okay.
The band's not amplified.
Oh, that's right, you live way out there.
No, actually, I hear the band. I do hear the band. It doesn't wake me up.
I mean, I don't know.
well, under occupancy limitations, 918, please add the language including all service staff, just to remove any arguments regarding, that if it ever comes up.
I think you guys have to put a set time. It can't be done. It can't be sun up to sundown. I think we need to specify 10:30, so that way when the neighbors decide that it's enough, they can call in at 10:31 and say, what was that? Go ahead. Yeah, Patrick.
Now, I know this, I know the city ordinance, thought it was 10:30, that's fine, I'll agree to no outside music, whatever, past 9.
Oh, I said 10:30.
Okay.
I'll give it till 10:30. I mean, most of this stuff's gonna happen on Fridays and Saturdays, like, I mean, go have fun with them. Go join them. Sure they'll let you. But take the present, right?
Up to 99.
Yeah. So anyway, I would definitely set a strict time on that, so that way everybody knows. There's no like, I think it's sundown or, 7 a.m. to 10:30.
Well, if it's 7 to 10:30 anyway for occupancy timing, we don't need to do anything, so. It'll be over 10:30. There was a suggestion for 3 ADA compliant parking spaces. Thoughts?
Whatever's required, why more than,
Yeah, whatever.
whatever's required under the law for 99 occupancy.
Yeah, whatever.
So we don't need anything special for that.
Do you guys have any other thoughts?
No, I don't, no.
Okay, then if that's the case, I'm gonna make a motion to, table this.
Until which date is the next date, Julie? I mean, Jennifer, what day is the next date? July 27th, sir. July
Until
27th.
the July 27th meeting, so that they can bring back an amended version to clarify the 7 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. Time periods and get some consistency through all of the amended versions that we have. Is that enough, Jamie?
I just have a question on how this process is gonna work. So I'm gonna make these amendments, resubmit them to Julie?
Yes.
Okay. So then I will come back at the next city council meeting, re-present, and you guys will vote then? We're not voting today, we're not voting on these approved changes today for me to.
I mean, Jonathan, you did make a comment. We always do, we make changes and say, as long as it meets what we asked for, Julie can approve that.
Well,
Is that?
I'm somewhat sympathetic to the applicant because it sounds like they submitted their stuff to the city and we didn't get it right. If it was me, I would not be pleased. I'm just gonna say that much.
Well, you can't say that because I went through there and looked, and the one that they submitted has all the dates on it. And it's just some stuff that didn't get changed. So from what I gather, I mean, we can go back and look, actually, you know what, who cares, I'm not pointing fingers, it's not worth it. Just correct it to me, go through what was submitted in our packet and what you submitted to us, make those changes, and if it matches, is that fair? Can we let Julie approve that, or?
No, we have voted
No,
on
we
it.
have to-
So then, should I change my motion if you want to go that route? Because I'm good with going that route if everybody else is.
If you're modifying version 2 with the changes you've just announced, you can make a motion to amend version 2, which is the one notice, subject to the following items which you just read. That can be the final action we can be done tonight.
Okay.
Well, but I've read through this. There's a lot that's in this that is not in here. I would not hurt.
We don't know whose fault it is.
I don't know. I'm not
We
gonna
don't
say-
need
Can I
the input
just
from the
speak?
audience.
All I'm asking is,
Can I just talk?
if we approve, if we make a motion for these changes, if we make a approve for these changes, and you go through and you get this to us next meeting, and it matches, then it's approved. Does that make sense? That seems the census that we're gonna go. So I'm just making sure that it's gonna be 30 days.
Okay, so, yes, we're good with that. I want to make clear my process here. I redlined based off the city's comments, so what's in here was the red lines. So they're not in that. They're not in the city. I basically, I don't know how to give you the document.
If you just will make it final document, you can put it in a PDF.
So do you not want red lines?
When I do them, I usually send them both ways, just for your knowledge. I usually send someone a red line and a PDF. But we can work through logistics, I promise you, and we'll get that squared up.
Okay, so my motion stands.
So your motion to clarify,
My motion was to table and bring back a final amended version for our July 20 whatever meeting. And go from there.
that is a pending motion, pending a second.
Second.
Byron.
Aye.
Ron. Aye. Matt.
Aye.
Jonathan.
Aye.
And Rob.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you, guys. I'd like to make a motion to take a 5-minute recess for a bathroom break.
Second.
Rob.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Matt.
Aye. Please.
Aye.
Did you not get this to work? That's just
Get like a punching bag back
yeah,
there.
that's my deal. My deal's getting ready to. It's a process. You gotta get down to like apps, download so that you can do apps. If it happens again, it's all right.
If you'll find your way to your seats.
Yes, snacks? I'm hoping I'm out of here in 10 minutes. You don't think so? Oh, come on. We'll see.
Call this meeting back to order. Item D, discussion, consideration, and possible action on the rezone application submitted by Wild Horse Acres. Ms. Julie. The application request is to rezone the property from current zoning A1 to a PUD with zoning using RE.
This is a 161 acre parcel currently zoned agriculture. They are proposing to do a PUD, a planned unit development, or a mixed-use development consisting of 4 tracts. This development is designed to be an equestrian residential community. Tract 1 and 2 will have a base zoning of RE with up to 2 acres in the frontage close to Piedmont Road North to be zoned C1 for commercial use. It will contain approximately 39 residential dwellings ranging from 1.25 acres to 3 acres in size. Tracts 3 and 4 are to remain agriculture zoning on the south side of the property with the addition of the following use private clubhouse. The comp plan shows this area to be residential with commercial frontage along Piedmont Road. This development is consistent with the current land use patterns for the area. I'd like to make note of a couple things that they've requested is that there are no sidewalks or curb and gutter on the private roads. They're proposing a gated community, but they will put sidewalks along the outside of the community along Mustang Road. And it is also in the urban growth boundary, which requires connection to water and sewer. They've requested connection to water, but as far as sewer, they've requested some of the properties be connected to city sewer where it agrees with the topography, and some of them be aerobic, which would be the septic connection.
Okay.
Do you have any questions for me,
Yeah,
or?
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, the city ordinance says that all new construction shall be connected to city water and sewer. I know they've asked for an exception to have aerobic. There's also, they're asking for an exception on animal stocking, adjusted upwards. I have someone that's concerned about possible runoff by using aerobic.
That will be something that the developer will have to address.
Same sort of question about how compatible is aerobic sprinklers with horses?
Hey, we're getting off, we need Julie to present it, and then the applicant to present their side, and then we'll start asking questions.
I have more to go. The Planning Commission has recommended approval with the following conditions to City Council. Limit the development to 1 large animal for 1.25 acre to 2 acre lots, and 2 large animals for lots over 2 acres with a revocable permit. City staff recommends approval with the 2 large acres per dwelling unit for ease of enforcement.
Wouldn't the acreage be recorded on the plat, of the acreage of the lot be recorded on the plat? Wouldn't that tell you how many, you went with the planning commission's recommendation? How's that more difficult than?
Well, they have some 3 acre lots in there.
So they could have 3 animals.
It only said 2 instead of 3. Mhm.
Right, so I don't understand how the planning commission's recommendation is more difficult to enforce than staff's recommendation. I'm just saying.
Because in our ordinance, we're talking about the PUD or we're talking about our ordinance? In our large animal ordinance, we have to measure the property and take out the house and the driveway. And they were trying to make it simple with their PUD.
Right.
That would create ease of enforcement to just give a solid number, which is why they created larger lots.
Sure, so the planning commission recommended one large animal for 1.25 acre to 2 acre lots, and 2 large animals for lots greater than 2 acres. Seems like you could simply record the acreage of the lot on the plat, and you would say, this lot can have this many animals, this lot can have this many animals.
It sounds like this is part of your discussion about the
Okay.
PUD.
Okay.
Where's the commercial?
Okay, hold on.
Are you done?
Yes.
Oh, we can have our applicant.
Oh, I have a question for the real quick on.
Yeah, we can go back. We can go back. The applicant, we're gonna let the applicant present their case. All right. And then we'll have discussion, that way we get all the facts of the motion. All right.
Good evening, I'm Todd McInnes. I represent Max Heckel, who is the owner of the property and the developer. I'll give a little background about the project, and I think I can answer or at least address the questions that have come up so far. So Max has lived in there since 1998. He's lived on this property since 2008. And the concept for this project is, as Julie said, an equestrian community. The idea that instead of having a neighborhood pool, or you're going to have a neighborhood horse stable, so that people can have the best of both worlds. They can have a horse on their property, or they have a horse that's available to them, or horses at the common stables. They'll be available for everything that happens there. Stephanie, if you could go to the end, or at least to the map that shows what we're looking at, I think that'd be helpful. So the project is all the area that's in the kind of puke green color, I guess, in all reality. But so the top, that's right. That didn't sound good. So the top part is obviously what will be the platted residential lots with the commercial development in the far northwest corner that has kind of a little red deal on it. As you go south, you see the areas that are staying agriculture. That's everything south of the residential lot line. The concept of the development, it's 161 acres. It has the potential to have 39 lots. And so the idea of what would happen next if this was approved would be a platting of those lots, and there would be detention requirements and all the other ordinance requirements for the city of Piedmont. The idea about large animals or small animals or whatever, your ordinance, if you have more than 10 acres, has an unlimited number of large animals. There's no limit. I have 1,000 horses if I have more than 10 acres if I wanted. So as you know, in a PUD, it's a compromise. We're trying to do things that we think are best for our development. We've got restrictions on ourselves we're not otherwise required to have. And sometimes we ask for things that we think make the development better and more feasible for what's going to happen. I already said it's a very unique development. We're not just trying to cut a road in and put 55-acre lots and leave it. This is a deal that we believe will be an amenity to the city. Max has traveled all over the United States and looked at these equestrian communities, and they're phenomenal. The idea that you can have this type of a development doesn't always fit city ordinances, and that's why we're here with a PUD. Your ordinance right now, as Julie just said, requires you to guess how much land is going to be covered by impervious surface to know whether or not you can have an animal at all. So the plat itself doesn't solve that problem. And so we thought the solution was, well, just say 2 per lot. Why not? We could have an unlimited number on 161 acres. And I mean 2 per lot for the entire development. We can't have 2 on every lot and then another 50 in the agriculture area. We're limiting ourselves to that 2 total. So that's the compromise, right? It's like we know what we could do. We could do that today. We know we could do it without any runoff protection, but we're not going to do that because it's going to be platted. So the stormwater issue gets addressed much better than it is today. And the idea of what can be done on this property is confined by that number of 2, or again, in essence, 80 horses total if somebody wanted to do that, and everybody wanted 1 or 2. The reality of it is, what we know from the developments around the country, is most people on the smaller lots won't have a horse at all. They'll have, on their property, they'll have it at the common area development, the common area stables. That's how that typically happens. But we don't want to limit that. We've already limited it in the number of animals that we can have to start with. So that's our thought process. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but we do know the way it is now, if I have a lot that is 1.25 acres, and I build a house, and I have a small barn, and I have a driveway, and I have a pool, and your code enforcement people go out and measure it, and it's more than 12,000 feet of impervious surface, I can't have a horse at all. And you've had conflicts in the past with neighbors. You've got some going right now.
Code enforcement won't measure the area, that's the problem.
I can't, I don't have the ability to manage staff, nor would I want to, nor would you want to, right? Just make it simple. 2 horses per lot, you can count heads, and you know if they're compliant or not. It takes out all the guesswork. It takes out all the guesswork for your citizens who are going to be frustrated if they can't do what they're asked to do out here. The idea about the commercial, obviously, this comprehensive plan that you guys have approved fits right in line with what this use is, a mixture of residential and commercial. The issue that's come up is the idea that we're in this community development area, and we have the need to connect to public water and public sewer. And by the way, our PUD says septic. It doesn't say aerobic. So just a point of clarification there. And Max was really emphatic about that when we met after Planning Commission. And the reason we're asking for that one exception is we'll connect to city water. We have 3 lots plus our commercial that will sewer with gravity. In order to not do that, we have to build a lift station that makes the whole project not feasible. And so the reason we asked for what we said is, hey, we'll connect to city water, we'll pay for city water, we'll use as much water and do the sewer on the lots that will actually sewer. Steve Harris is here tonight. He's our engineer of record with Zurich Haulers, and he can answer questions about that. But that was the reason in our PUD we said we would do this, but we're asking for a compromise on that. We met with your Public Works Director, Craig Wallace, and we believe that was a dialogue we had that the staff supported. And so that's how we got here tonight with respect to that. So I say all that to say, and y'all are going to be here late, and I don't want to take up a lot of time except to be attentive to your questions. We're trying to do something that's never been done. We have a local resident here who wants to make it happen in a way that the city will be proud and will cause a huge benefit to the community. And with that in mind, I've explained the reasons we've asked for the compromises we have. but I believe they're justified to get to where we're trying to go. So I'll be happy to answer any questions, and so humbly just ask for your support of our project. I'm the only speaker that nobody clapped for, by the way. I thought that maybe was a thing. I grew up in Edmond. It's like, hey, we smell the Edmond on you. We don't take that. So.
Rob, do you want to start this?
As far as the septic goes, as long as everything's managed properly and everything, like I was given some bad information about it being aerobic, should have checked closer.
You know, if I could, that might have come from me because those terms were used interchangeably at the planning commission.
Yeah,
So
that's
if
what
I'm the reason for that, I apologize.
So, that's all right. I really don't have. I think it's a good thing overall. A little bit concerned about quantities of horses and managing everything, and us being able to keep an eye on it, frankly. I don't have anything else.
John?
Thank you.
Yeah, a few things. I don't agree with not putting sidewalks in, because you're gonna have kids running up and down the street. You're gonna be running their hoverboards and their bicycles and their tricycles and all kinds of stuff. Mom's gonna want to push her kids in strollers and be going down the street. I see it all over town. It's been a problem in Piedmont for decades. So I would ask that you would put sidewalks in. And the developer doesn't have to pay for sidewalks. The person who builds the house pays for the sidewalk.
Well,
the homeowner pays for the sidewalk.
If I could just mention our thought process, it wasn't, I mean, we weren't trying to thumb our nose at the city of Piedmont and sidewalks. You heard Julie say these aren't curb and guttered streets. They're wide lane asphalt streets. The idea of an equestrian rural feel inside a gated community that has 39 lots. And so that's the idea behind it. I appreciate what you're saying. The idea of having sidewalks without curb and gutter is a little bit unique, not completely unique, but the idea that you're gonna have this idea of non-curb and guttered asphalt streets that fall into the yards, and then you're gonna have a patchwork of sidewalks as the houses are built or not developed, makes it pretty problematic for the view and the effect that we're trying to go for. That's the thought process.
I mean, it always works like a patchwork until the neighborhood is filled in. That's how it works everywhere. Because the person who builds the commercial development or the house or whatever puts the sidewalk in. It works that way all over the metro area.
No, I appreciate that.
I mean, but the other thing too is, are you sure in your common areas that you have enough room for detention?
Absolutely. Steve is here, and he can speak to
I
our
just-
engineer, but of course, that's a plating issue.
Sure.
And we'll address that. I think you'll see in our PUD, we don't ask for any other exceptions, any other codes related to building or water, stormwater management or plating. So
Okay.
yes.
Let's see here. And you've exhausted all options with the sewer as far as where you can go. You said you had to build a lift station. I mean, topographically, if you just went to the south, you wouldn't have to build a lift station.
Well, so I believe Steve can speak to that the topography wasn't supported under any structure. I mean, you can go buy one, you can go build one, it costs a little over $1 million, and then we dedicate to the city, and then there's a maintenance bond program, and that's just hard to justify the 39 lots total to do that. So I believe there's an idea of a TIF, and whether or not that's available for that public infrastructure, I don't know. Your TIF doesn't become effective till July 1st, and then that's a payback for the developer when and if those dollars come in. And so I think that's pretty unsettled from that standpoint.
Well, you're going downhill to the south.
Where are you going from? Do we not have an urbanized 6 mile square zoning ordinance?
Yeah, it's right here, Mr. Mayor. This is ordinance 628.
And does this not make them tie into city infrastructure?
No, that's the variance we're asking for. We'll tie into water, but we're asking for only to have to tie into sewer where it's sewers.
That's the entire point of a PUD, right? If they could straight zone it, they would just straight zone it. So they're trying to get around certain requirements. That's the point of the PUD.
This is Steve Harris, our engineer.
Steve Harris, I did look to the south. There's nothing to tie in that I found as of right now.
Well, we just borrowed $22 million from the WRV to put a lift station in down there on 164th.
Yeah, did you also, I mean, I don't know if you ever saw the original PUD 510 for Town Central. The original sewer line was supposed to come up like the west side of Max's property.
Yeah,
but that got changed, you know, and so, I mean, it was feasible at one point in time, but that's just.
Yeah, it wasn't involved.
Just a
in the
discussion
original-
point.
The original,
Oh.
space that was left for that one to the south. Currently, is when he wants to develop this, there's nothing to tie it to the east or to the south at this time.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, I can tell you, you're not gonna get the ground to perk for traditional septic systems, leach fields. Not where you're looking to go, not in this clay, there's no way in the world. I don't even know the last time traditional systems been installed in Piedmont. So it's gonna be aerobic. I mean, it's just how it is.
and the only place I could find to get the west up on the hill, the northwest corner was, I can get those over to those existing
Yeah.
newer lines over there.
Yeah, well, I don't really agree with granting a variance for that. That was done for a reason. And then as far as the large animal goes, the planning commission's recommendation is perfectly logical. 1.25 to 2 acre lots, 1 horse. Over 2 acres, 2 horses. You can record the acreage of the lot on the plat. You look at that lot and it's less than 2, you have 1 animal. If it's more than 2, you can have 2. That is easy peasy. It's not difficult at all. And I don't know why people think that's hard to do, but it makes more sense and it's more in compliance with our actual code right now. And there's no measurements required. And so it's not that hard to do. And I don't agree with any more stocking rates than that is. After talking with multiple folks from OSU about grazing horses and things like that, most of their recommendations were 3/4 of an acre to an acre for 1 horse, kept all year round. I mean, I'm just an old farm kid, grew up in the country, and I know a lot about stocking rates, and you put 2 horses on something less than an acre, you're gonna have a mess on your hands with aerobic, and then it rains and they muck it up with their hooves all over the place. It's gonna be a mess. And it's gonna run downhill to all the people surrounding there. And plus the manure, it's gonna be a mess. So
Thanks, Steve.
that's all I got to say.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay. I'm just gonna echo the fact that I really think this needs to be connected to sewer systems. I was looking at the ingress egress option off of Piedmont Road. The right-of-way does not appear to be transferable. It's still in J, whatever the prior owners is. So there needs to be curative documents obtained to transfer it to Wild Horse Acres, based on what I was.
Which parcel are you talking about? You know, point it out to me on my picture up there if you don't mind.
It's the access to Piedmont Road for the road.
So we have 2 points of access. One is the, in essence, road that goes to the stables, and the one that's the gated private entrance, right?
Yeah, this is the one that accesses Piedmont.
Oh, Piedmont, okay, thank you.
Down by the commercial.
Yeah, thank you.
Down by the commercial.
Oh,
So
yeah.
just, we need to kind of clarify.
We can do that.
Again, it looks like Max owns both of them.
Yes, sir.
So you're literally talking about signing a document. Based on what I was reading, it does not appear that that needs to include sidewalks, just like any other addition that's public, along with public lighting, and stuff like that. That's not specified in this PUD. The other thing is, I would like to see this connected to the future addition to the north. I understand it's a private addition, I understand that is gated and everything like that, but even if it's a dead end with a closed gate, I would like to see that connection made.
Can I ask you a question about that? Just
Absolutely.
so I'm clear. And let me just put my cards on the table. It's gonna be my request here in a few minutes to take what we've discussed and talk with our engineers about even the possibility and ask if I can come back in 30 days. That's where I'm headed. So I'm gonna try and get as much clarification on the front end. When you say the access to that neighborhood, that very dense neighborhood that STK did to the north, would you say that the access would be like for emergency purposes only, or where are you headed with that? Because you've got a gated area and you've got a very densely populated area, and how would you see that interacting from your standpoint?
So we've previously had submissions for PUD for that autumn chase to the north.
Yeah, they pulled it right in front of us at Planning Commission, I think.
They did, and this was one of the things that I was going to address with them as well, is I really think we've got a problem of creating islands with each addition. I would like to see some connectivity with that for future. I'm not saying that, yes, this is private right now, but we don't know it's gonna be private in 30 years. And at that point, if it's all completely built out, then we have no way to connect those individual islands to each. Again, it's private, you could put a gate in there and just lock it shut for all I care. But I would wanna see some connectivity between those additions. If that's possible.
So his property, it's hard to see on that drawing because of the lighting. It's gray, goes to Piedmont, comes out of our property, goes west to Piedmont. Originally, in fact, they did connect to their division by that street, but they added houses in there and took that rest of that lane out. So
Yeah.
it was connectivity there.
Yeah, well, and it's like the green squiggle, I guess, over here towards Mustang. I guess that's a
That entrance, that's a trail.
Yeah, so if we can make some kind of access to potentially the addition coming into the north, so we can start tying our island subdivisions together, that would be my preference, if that's possible. Again, that's something I would like to see.
Yeah, we can have a look at everything, so
Yeah,
thank you very much.
absolutely.
Yeah.
So that's again, just something I'd like to see. So I've got several notes here. Please bear with me. Under, I think it's 7.1, when they're talking about connecting the Mustang Road and connecting the streets and stuff like that, I'm assuming those streets are gonna be built to city standards and
Yes,
all
sir.
of that.
Yeah, there's not any variance language related to anything with respect to construction in the PUD, but yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
So with private roads, you're not wanting, you would prefer not to do the sidewalks. I didn't see anything about fire hydrants.
We're connected to city water, so I think we'd have to do that to comply
There
with
is
the fire
requirement
department.
for
Yes,
that,
sir.
okay. Yeah, just making sure. Come on. So it says the density and/or intensity of the PUD should not be increased in section 8. Can we kind of specify exactly how many lots you're looking at that, or is that gonna be specified on the plat? That's all platted.
Yeah, I think we say 39 lots, but I'll check that to make sure we have the specificity in there.
Okay.
And then, of course, that'd be governed when the plating comes in, go, hey, you said 39, what do you got here? So,
Gotcha. And you're talking about in 9.1, the accessory buildings, exposed metal, all of that. So does that mean you're going to brick over the metal sheeting for those accessory buildings or barns on individuals' properties?
well, in all reality, it'll be compliant with city code, and then there'll be covenants for the neighborhood that'll manage that more so than the city code does. So the idea of how we do our covenants in our neighborhood will be very unique because of the structure of the common areas and the management of it. So there'll be strict guidelines, and that'll manage whether or not they're brick overlays or they have metal building exposed.
Okay. In 9.4, the screening regulations, you're talking about fencing that's adequate to keep people out and keep animals in and stuff like that. Is he talking barbed wire fencing for the exterior, or are we talking like, what are the
Wait,
clauses there?
the language in your ordinance you just kind of read, it's kind of unique, because it says what keeps people out or kids in or pets in. It's like, well, a lot does. It's not gonna, we don't believe it's gonna be site-proof fencing. Your ordinance is a little bit quirky, and we put our language in subject to the staff suggesting that we have language that's compliant with your ordinance. So, I don't know if I have the answer for you right now, except that it'll be compliant with your ordinance, and that's what the language, that's where it's drawn from.
Gotcha. I just didn't know what Max was thinking in regards to.
Matt's thinking he thinks it'd be best to have barbed wire fence.
Okay. Well, I understand that people that may back up to there may want to watch the horses.
Yeah, and as you know today, if you go out there, the neighborhood that STK is doing to the north has got a lot of site-proof stockade fencing across there. And so it's like, well, if it's already fenced, to go to Councilman Heisey's comment, if it's already there, do we come in with our own fencing on our side? Well, that seems kind of silly, so that's probably gonna be determined at the time of plating.
Gotcha. And it says, section 10, development phasing be allowed as part of the development. Are you planning on, I'd like to see the common areas completed prior to the final development, if that's okay.
Well, that comment came up at Planning Commission, and what I said then, and I'll say again, is I don't think we're gonna sell many lots without a lot of really high-end amenities in the common area, and I confirmed that with Max after the Planning Commission meeting. So you'll see that infrastructure that investment to be part of the development on the front end.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's all the questions I have.
One of the things that I noticed with your commercial development, it's kind of away from an opposite of where adjacent commercial development is. I considered maybe modifying your master development plan to push your commercial to the west, where it's adjacent to commercially zoned land already. So that way you have commercial land abutting commercial land, rather than commercial abutting something that's non-commercial. You understand what I'm saying?
Maybe not, so,
Well, your red dot is your commercial spot, right?
That's, so you're seeing you're seeing the perimeter of our entire property in this drawing. So where would I go, and I mean this.
Well, you have your kidney bean, you see your little kidney bean, separation?
Oh, thank you.
You got a pointer?
Oh, thank God, a pointer.
So move it over there,
I hear you.
Justin. Yeah.
Part of that's about the ingress and egress, and we'll work with our engineer about where's the most appropriate place for that.
Well, and all that's on plating, we're just here on land use
Yeah.
tonight, so we're gonna cover plating and plating.
Well, but open space.
Master development
yeah.
plan becomes part of the PUD.
Okay.
So you can't really deviate much from this for plating, according to our PUD ordinance.
Yeah.
That's how it's written.
The other thing I know with your stormwater, there's a very large pond down there. I'm certain all your stormwater can be handled by directing everything to the existing ponds. I'm not sure on some of those lot widths. I know in our drainage ordinance, if you have a lot width that's, I believe, less than 135 feet, you're supposed to have curb gutter. I highly recommend curb gutter for all your roadways, just for long-term roadway maintenance, sidewalks again. The horses aren't going up and down the streets. The horses are riding the trails through the backyard for all the facilities. So, I think our ordinances are pretty clear about, a roadway of this nature that's paved with the types of traffic and everything really should be, curb gutter. As far as aerobic systems and other things in a pump station, you're looking at 40 lots, is that right?
That's the total number, yes, sir.
Okay,
And well,
so,
3 or 4 Marty sewer.
So, it might be very advantageous to just do a local regionalized septic system where you have 40 lots. They have their own private pump station, and they go somewhere else on the 80 acres that is part of the entire community.
Would the,
rather than on every individual lot.
so, but help me understand that, because would that be compliant with connecting to public sewer?
It would be a community sewer system, as
But it would-
opposed to being, but like you said, it's a PUD. So maybe you have your own private system, but it's a lot better to have one big system than it is, a bunch of little ones that probably aren't gonna fit with the overall use of especially the acre and a quarter lots.
Sewer treatment facility.
Yeah. Not a lagoon, it would be an aerobic system. But that's an option because there's a lot of land available down there. If not connected to our own system, but you're still only talking about a pump station that's serving 40 lots. And that's a pretty small pump station.
I think, just to kind of pick that scab just for a second, your community development overlay requires a connection to public water and public sewer. And so what we were suggesting is what is in our PUD, and it sounds like, and don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to be argumentative, you're offering another method of privatized sewer that's not connected to your public system.
It's an option if aerobic systems individually are not, allowed or feasible, maybe you can blend something else out. That's just
Are you saying,
just food for thought.
so are you saying that you would support our variance to the development code based on our PUD language?
I'm one of 5.
I get you, and I'm not counting any more than you when I'm looking
Yeah.
at you, I'm just seeing where you are, so. Okay, thank you.
That's all I have.
Byron.
No questions.
your desire was to take all our recommendations, take it to Max, come back and present at the next meeting.
If you don't mind, if that would not be too much of an inconvenience, we'd like to do that. I can count to, I don't think I got the votes right this second, to be quite frank with you. And I do think there's some questions we have because of the TIF and some ability to have some public support for our infrastructure. That may move the needle, I don't know. But I do think that'd be the prudent way to go. I appreciate your comments, but if we could be continued to the 27th, then I think that'd be most beneficial to us.
Okay, with that in mind, I'm gonna make a motion to table this so that the applicant can come back and present again with our recommended changes and additional thoughts. Does that work, Daniel? Okay.
Second.
John?
Aye.
Rob?
Aye.
Matt?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
Byron?
Aye.
Thank you very much. We'll
Thank
see you in a
you.
month.
Item E, discussion, consideration, and possible action on the corporate limits of the city. Daniel, you want to take this? Item E.
Oh, this is the. So you all have tasked the city staff with looking at your annexation boundaries. Staff has pulled all of the annexation and detachment ordinances, made this handy dandy map which you all have been provided. I know the purpose for tonight's meeting was how this applies to Cloverleaf PUD application. So for purposes of scope, the records they could find filed with record indicate that the entirety of the Cloverleaf application is within the corporate boundaries of the city of Piedmont according to those documents at the county.
There's nothing about Cloverleaf in this agenda item.
I agree with you entirely.
Okay. Do we have this ready to project for everyone to see?
Working on it.
Okay.
Computer, I don't know. Might be outside my scope of expertise. Can we kind of get an update on how all the process I went into reconciling all of this? Okay.
We'll let Kelly give you that. I wasn't part of that. Okay. Ms. Kelly can catch you up on that.
Sorry to rush you.
I'm not rushing on here all night. Should want to.
Can I ask who made this, map? Did SRP make this map?
Yes, SRB did help with the map as well as
Okay.
myself.
Something that is very, very confusing about this map to me, and I'm sure you're probably, you might know what I'm gonna say, is that there are annexed areas in here that are in various shades of blue. Then there's de-annexed areas over there that are also in various shades of blue, or is that just extra de-annexed?
No, the red, pink colors are the only
So-
de-annexation
okay.
ordinances.
I was looking at
The
it,
last-
I was looking at it in columns, so I'm
Yeah.
really glad I was wrong on how my first thought process was on that.
I know about them. So I started this process when I was tasked by the city council to redo our city limits, or the city limits were in question. Going back through the appendix M, which is our annexation, de-annexation codification, I found that we were missing an ordinance 56, that did incorporate our beginning city boundaries. From there, I worked with SRB, with Vincent and Taylor, to read all the annexation, de-annexation ordinances in order to create this map. I went through our ordinance books individually, page by page, to see if we were missing any other annexation or de-annexation ordinances. The only one I could find that was not in our official records is ordinance 56. But I did find that at Canadian County.
Yeah, so to answer your question, Councilman Myers, Kelly has worked with Kingfisher County, Canadian County, Oklahoma County, and we're still working with Oklahoma City. We had to do a records request as part of their annexation, because you'll see there's some shades of blue down there that people believe are Oklahoma City limits, and so we're just trying to get their ordinances to see what that looks like in very well. And she's also worked with the state.
Yeah, the Oklahoma Tax Commission, I've been working with them as well, and just kind of figuring out where Oklahoma City kind of incorporated their city boundaries kind of over ours. What really stood out to me was when we incorporated 56, it was never recorded anywhere but at the county. So that was a big ordinance that I think was left out. And then in ordinance 72, we created kind of like a geofence around what looked like city limits at the time, which is kind of where I think they got the city limit map from. I can't speak to previous staff, but we created like a geofence, and then in ordinance 73, we decided to incorporate all of it.
Hey, before we go any further, Oklahoma City has not responded back to us yet.
No, sir.
So this could be unofficial.
It is unofficial until I work with Oklahoma City on the bottom half. The top half is still
Dan,
correct.
am I out asking to table this until we get official?
That's kind of what I was trying to tee up earlier when I was saying, you do have one item today that I think we have nailed down with the map that the staff feels confident about.
Because it's county.
Because it's right there in the middle, we know, and we feel confident as a staff where we're at. That's what I was trying to convey earlier. I understand there's a northern issue and a southern issue, but those seem less timely because we don't have any applications today, and we're still working through those specific items.
But as far as the western border, that's firm.
Yes, the only thing that is in question is whether Oklahoma City annexed in property that was annexed in by Piedmont before they annexed it in Oklahoma City. Those are the only questions at hand.
Okay.
Who came first, yes.
And that would just apply to the stuff south of 164th and east of Piedmont Road?
Yes, sir.
So
It'll be that section 15, section 3, section 2, section 10, and section 9 that's really in question.
So the map everybody's been used to where county kind of cut a big slash through the city. No, that's all city.
Yeah, so that was a geofence they created, and I don't know why cities, municipalities did this way back when, but they kind of created a geofence basically saying like, I don't want no one to cross these borders, but then in ordinance 73, they came back and they said, okay, let's just make this a square from what I can tell, and let's move forward.
Okay. So that happened in 73?
Well, ordinance 73.
Ordinance
It was May of 1971.
1971.
And I believe the charter was passed in 84.
October 1984.
Yeah. So all this was done before the charter was passed.
Before we get confused, I would like to table this item until Oklahoma City gets back to us. I'll make a motion to table this until Oklahoma City gets back to us.
I'll second that.
Rob?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Matt?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Item F, discussion, consideration, and possible action on a proposed amendment to the city's comprehensive plan. Future land use map. So just to be clear, I've had a lot of questions, so I'm just gonna say this up front. I believe that if we do choose as a council to make this an industrial, the property owners that are still there live their lives as they are now unless they apply to change.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
So I wanted to make sure that I was on that, because if not, I lied to somebody. I don't want to make
No, the property does not change hands without a rezoning through planning commission and city council.
Okay. All right, go ahead, dear.
The current potential industrial land designation sits in an undeveloped area showing trends of residential development, reducing its compatibility with industrial development and heavy transportation infrastructure. The proposed amendment would relocate the potential industrial land designation to an undeveloped agriculture area that would provide greater long-term growth for multimodal transportation and industrial development. The proposed new location has greater long-term compatibility with industrial development due to its existing rural and low-density character, reducing conflicts with noise, truck traffic, lighting, and operational impacts associated with industrial development. The Planning Commission recommended to move this item to the City Council, taking no action and requesting further studies. City staff recommends approval of the amendment.
What further study, did they give us any guidelines?
No, sir, they did not.
That's helpful.
More studies with citizen input. They said this plan was developed with a 3-year process that took lots of public comments. But future land use amendments are done at the Planning Commission level and then with the City Council being the governing body.
That's not what they said.
They recommended
That's not what they said at all.
Environmental impact study.
There was no action taken.
You're right, but they gave
But
a
they
recommendation, asked
also
for
said
studies,
they
which is
did
in
not
their.
Hey, this is
guidelines.
not open for public hearing.
Well,
What
it's
she's
lying.
saying wrong. She's briefing the city staff inaccurately.
Well, I'm the one that put it on this agenda. Because I wasn't happy with the planning commission not doing their job and putting it on us, if you want to know the truth. They get this stuff in a timely manner to make decisions and talk to us. Okay? They chose not to stand up and make action on this. To ask for more, we just went through a lot of this stuff to get to here. We've been years making this stuff.
Mr. Mayor.
Listen, I'm done.
No.
This is not
Actually-
public.
Actually,
I'm just telling you, I know what they did. I put it on the agenda for us to discuss it tonight. It doesn't mean it's gonna get approved, it doesn't mean it's not gonna get approved. It means that we're trying to move forward with stuff. We can kick the can 20 miles down the road, we can kick the can 20 years down the road. I'm gonna tell you, this right here, I'm pissed off about. Because somebody kicked the freaking can and left it to us to pick up the pieces. If you wanna know my honest opinion, if you want me to be transparent with you, I am tired of digging up old junk and trying to fix it. I'm tired of the planning commission not doing their job. And I'm gonna tell you right now, at the last meeting, somebody called me out because one of the planning commissioners said, oh, your job is just to do X. Listen, they know what their job is. They know that their job is to make sure it meets ordinances and city resolutions and city codes. And then send it to a recommendation to us. That's why I put this on the agenda. If you want to know the truth, this is on me. It's up to the council to decide what they want to do with it. But I'm going to tell you, all they had to do is make sure that this meets our guidelines. People need to start doing their jobs because I'm getting tired of doing everybody's job. I talked to a mayor today. Let me tell you how this works. You gotta juggle city staff, you gotta juggle your council, you gotta juggle all the subcontractors, you gotta juggle it all to make a decision for what's better for our city.
they were appointed by you.
I know that. Anyway, go ahead.
No, I want to say something,
No,
Mr.
no,
Mayor,
let
just
Kelly
briefly.
finish. Hey, we're not in discussion yet. Let Kelly finish.
All right, I thought she was.
Yes, that was the planning commission's recommendation, was to take no action and move it to the City Council for further studies or farther input from citizens. Exact comment.
You're saying that's the quote.
One of the issues with proper order, there's a seat in the Capitol building that probably still has my butt print in it in Texas. I know what proper order is, and I know what proper behavior on the part of an audience is. And we don't get that.
Byron.
Now,
Point of order. Hey, Byron. Point of order. I'm not going there. We need to.
you should, because we need proper procedure, proper order.
So Kelly's already done her deal.
And I have comments on the
Byron,
on the
that's
plum.
enough. Byron,
I have comments on the plum.
you will have your chance. Scott?
Me?
Yes, sir.
Great names, and I love your last.
Sorry.
Do we need to open public?
Oh, yes, my bad. You're fine. Do what? Yep. I make a motion to open public hearing.
Second.
On item G. Or item F, I'm sorry. Rob? Vote.
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Meyer? All right, sir, go right ahead.
All right, Scott Morrow, 4833 Moffett Road, Northwest. I'm here today to speak against the proposed future land use map change. The city staff has described this area as undeveloped land, but have they really looked at this area? Do you know how many families already live within and around the proposed industry area? Have they considered the homes and the landowners and the residents whose daily lives will be affected by this decision? This is not just vacant land on a map. It is a community where people have invested their savings, raised their families, and chosen to live there. Let's be honest about what this vote means. It is the future land use map, or if the future land use map is changed, it opens the door for the data center project to move forward. I've been told, hold on. I have been told that before any decision can be made, you must listen to the people proposing the data center. Today, you will hear from them, and plenty of residents. Now I'm asking you to listen to what the people of the Piedmont have said and vote no on this future land use map change. Tonight, you have the opportunity to make a statement that the future land use map is not changed simply because a large company wants you to do. You have an opportunity to show that the city plans you have the opportunity to show the city's plans and the voices of the residents still matter. I respectfully ask you to vote no on this future land use map change. And then also, real quick, I wish that we could get some guidance on when they actually, Kelly, I think, came up with this idea to change the future land use map. Like, can we get a time frame? Because there's a lot of things that aren't adding up. We should not be voting on this and a PUD at the same time. It's kind of, for us citizens, I think that's a little strange. Like, it feels like somebody got motivated in a certain way. I'm not trying to point fingers, I have no proof, but these two items should not be on the same agenda or on the same table tonight. Also, we shouldn't have to be here this late. We should have this meeting, because it's a huge meeting, with these agendas, just a meeting. A special meeting, if that's what it takes, because you're losing a lot of residents. A lot of people have work tomorrow morning. It's just, I don't think this is acceptable.
Darren Scott.
Lots of Scots tonight. So good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Darren Scott, and I live off Moffett Road, about a half mile from the proposed industrial use change. I respectfully ask that this be denied, or at a minimum, defer it for a full planning review, which includes community input and not just showing up on a public notice. Converting approximately 7.5 square miles, 4,800 acres to industrial land use next to state residential and ag land is not a minor amendment, it's a major change to the Piedmont's future land use pattern. It should be evaluated through the comprehensive planning process. My concern is land use compatibility. Estate residential is intended for low density development, open space, rural character, limited traffic. Industrial uses create a much different intensity, truck traffic, noise, lighting, all the things we heard that are concerns. Currently, lot coverage for residential in this area is 10 to 15% of coverage, and that's the developed areas. An industrial use could be as high as 80% based on the recent change that occurred in the zoning ordinance. It changed from 40% to 80% on that meeting 3 months ago. These impacts aren't compatible with this area of the city. The scale is also disproportionate to a small community like ours. Industrial land is appropriate where it's supported by arterial access, freight routes, utilities, all the things. A community like ours should be about 5% industrial. 15% is super heavy when you think about overall industrial area. This amendment alone creates 17% in one area. And that's not including all the other area that's already zoned industrial in Piedmont. So it needs to be analyzed on that realm. From a professional standpoint, this is exactly why zoning was created. In the early 1900s, industrial revolution was going on. Cities were locating factories, freight activity, pollution, all the things close to home. So the very reason zoning was created was to stop this from happening. It's not appropriate when there's residential and it's sensitive to residential areas. American Planning Association emphasizes coordinated land use decisions, compatibility, healthy communities, environmental stewardship, and accountable implementation. Those are vital to when we make these decisions, and that's from the American Planning Association that provides guidance to planners to make these decisions. So based on the information available, this land use is too large, too intense, too incompatible with the surrounding context. In closing, this is our community, and we have the ability to control our land use. Please be the voice of our community, and I respectfully ask you to deny this agenda item.
Kelly Work.
Yes. Hello, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Kelly Work. My address is 105 North Hudson, Suite 304, Oklahoma City. I'm here tonight as an attorney representing Piedmont Informed, which is a citizens coalition that has organized in response to the data center proposals. We oppose the proposed amendment to the comprehensive plan and ask that you deny it. It would redesignate the Cloverleaf site from agricultural to industrial solely so that the applicant can argue its PUD conforms to the plan. The council should not amend its plan to manufacture that conformance. This, in our view, is the tail wagging the dog. A comprehensive plan guides zoning. It should not be rewritten on demand so that rezoning can conform. The Planning Commission, as has been mentioned, declined to recommend the amendment, finding that further study is required. The information needed to evaluate this change does not yet exist. There is simply no basis for this amendment. The agricultural designation for this area was not an error. It reflects the area's rural character and existing uses, and no changed condition warrants industrialization. The only change is that a developer wishes to build here, not a planning justification. The amendment is applicant-driven and parcel-specific, untethered from any area study. It is also incompatible with the area and would set a damaging precedent. There is an established agricultural and rural residential area where residents built in reliance on that character. A 24-hour utility-scale industrial facility is fundamentally incompatible. A second applicant, Beltline, has tied its request to this outcome. Approval would signal that agricultural land can be converted on request, inviting piecemeal erosion of the whole area. Key impacts remain unstudied. The city's water infrastructure is already strained, yet the amendment would commit this land before the city verifies true water demand. The project's power demands are unstudied. Continuous noise, lighting, cooling fans, and backup generating testing and emissions are likewise unstudied. Converting productive farmland is permanent. Once paved, it does not return. Finally, changing the map to industrial gives up the city's strongest leverage, the threshold plan designation. We ask you to deny this proposed amendment to the future land use map. Thank you.
Rodney Jones.
Thank you. Rodney Jones, 9163 Richland Road Northwest. I object. I object to the city planning staff calling agricultural land undeveloped. That land happens to be, and you do it on an ongoing basis. You've been doing it for months. But that land and those who work it feeds part of this country. They feed part of this country in wheat harvest. They feed part of this country in livestock, beef, chickens with eggs. They work that land, just like the people that want to put in an industrial center are going to have people to work the land. It's already being worked, and I object to people calling it undeveloped. City manager, you're supposedly going to be training the planning commission on how to do their job. You need to train these planning people on how to do theirs and to quit calling that undeveloped. It is developed. Lack of vision. You're claiming concern for children whose school is located only 1 mile south of the high school and saying, oh, we've got to move the southwest industrial corridor to the northwest industrial corridor. All that's going to do is just compound the problem. You're not observing the fact that you've got electric lines running right straight down to Northwest Highway. The same lines come off that center, that whatever it is, the switching station that they say OG&E wants to use to provide them power. Well, okay, let them get it off the high lines down at Northwest Highway. Use the old flume or flum or whatever you want to call it. You're also failing to address the fact that that happens to be the eastern loop of the Chisholm Trail. That is a historical fact. National observant of that, and they're placing no value or at all on the heritage that that has for the people of Piedmont, of Oklahoma, and of this country. You're just wiping it off the map. Also, I found out that City of Piedmont just got a $1.2 million grant or whatever it is for water. But it's not for them. It's for the residences that are already underserved. So the question is, where are they getting their water?
Did anybody else, did I miss anybody? On item F?
And I didn't mean to yell, I just can't.
Yes. Okay, guys, I have a lot of concerns here. I have about 29 pages of concerns. So the future land use map, first of all, it's not even signed off where it went to the planning and zoning. The staff recommendation was not even signed off by the city manager or mayor on the document that was in the packet. So the 2040 comprehensive plan was based on the old district regulation chart that's in a zoning code. Then in 2025, so when Cloverleaf and Beltline approached the city in March of 2025, then shortly after, in April, there was a document that stated that the subdivision code was going to be changed. Starting in December, we start changing that district code. We make some major changes. And that code that we based the 2040 comprehensive plan on is totally different now. So we took and we changed light industrial from 35% to 60% lot coverage. Excuse me. Medium industrial increased from 40% to 80%. Heavy industrial increased from 40% to 80%. Commercial increased from 30% to 80%. C2 increased from 50% to 80%. Over 65 changes from December to April were made on that chart. And across all the different sessions, all the different city council meetings, that document was referred to differently on every single document by a different name. Do you know how hard that is to track as a citizen for transparency purposes? And it's not that you don't have the right to change zoning, it's that our comprehensive plan was based on that. How are you going to amend it again without knowing that any of those studies are accurate, without any more studies? You change the intensity and density. Those two terms are not clearly defined anywhere in our code. The only thing that protects our city for intensity and density is that chart. And even currently, the old chart is still in the zoning code, and this new chart is slapped up in the city documents with IT district on the bottom, even though it was codified before and never added to the chart. And when I pulled the ordinances, it's not in there at all. There's so many mismatched documents, it's like our map. It would be a big mistake to amend anything without further oversight and training. We are a small city. We are already struggling with the issues we have to keep up. We are not prepared to deal with this yet. And I realize, and I am sorry, we have failed you as a city. You have been carrying a weight that you should never have carried. I mean, I purposely think we need to find some solutions because I know that our city is struggling financially. And you never should have been left alone to figure it out. I mean, I'm personally okay if you want to, I would pay a tax. Let's figure it out. I'll pay a freaking road fee. I don't want a data center. I'm telling you, I'm not ready. If you want to pass it on, let's do it. I've got your back. I will spend as much time researching this as I will helping you. I think we all agree on this.
Boy, Nelson, that's quite the follow. Something she said sort of resonates, and I want to thank Councilman Heisey for bringing up training. I believe that's also on the agenda, on a future agenda, or we wanted something about that. I appreciate that. I think that's very important. I addressed the city attorney and one of the members of planning and zoning about understanding process, understanding training, and understanding rights. So I really appreciate that being brought. I'm not sure what multimodal transportation is going to go to the middle of nowhere. That doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't know if you guys I'm a railroad geek. You know, I went and traced a giant steam engine around the country, played with model trains, and in fact still own them. But do you guys realize that spur lines are being killed? Like, the main lines are alive, but the spur lines, like the one that goes to Okarchi, they're being killed off. There's a small siding there to go to the grain elevator. It's not going anywhere else. They're sure as shit not gonna build it this way. So I'm not sure what multimodal transportation will be there. I guess there's a obscenely small potential for some vertical air, but definitely no landing air or prevailing winds are north-south, and there are way too many obstructions. I don't want to take any personal hits here, but I am going to say city staff needs to quote things correctly, not infer what they think they heard or wanted to hear. I pulled up the planning and zoning video. The recommendation was to table it, move it for further study. That is well within our right. I've printed that out, it's right here. And you can read it too, but oh, I highlighted too much. The Planning Commission shall have the power to prepare, recommend to the City Council for adoption comprehensive plan. Keep going. The Planning Commission may make or cause to be made surveys, studies, maps, plans, conduct, and activities before final action is taken by City Council on the location or design. Now, that's the part I chose to quote. The part that was chosen to quote by the city skips that part and actually skips a couple sentences from there. And in preparation of a comprehensive plan is where they started. That's the same paragraph of the same section. That's why I said what I said. you're right, I apologize for my outburst. But if we're gonna quote things and we're gonna say things, especially if it's city staff giving a recommendation, it absolutely has to be correct. Thank you.
Amy Earhart. My name is Amy. I am a lifelong Piedmont resident. I grew up here, graduated from Piedmont High School, and chose to come back and raise my family here because I love this community. One of the core values I was taught growing up is to leave wherever you are better than when you found it. It's a lesson I work to instill in my children, as well as was reinforced during their time with Pride of Piedmont Marching Band, i.e. they start at 7 a.m., not 5:30. As parents, teachers, and community leaders, we ask our children to live by this principle every day. Tonight, I respectfully ask that you hold yourselves, as well as us, to the same standard. The decisions made in this room will shape the community our children and grandchildren inherit, and I hope that years from now, we can look back and say we left Piedmont better than we found it. I understand that your decision should be based on facts and evidence, and I agree. Yet I also believe uncertainty is in itself deserving of consideration. Sometimes the greatest risks are the ones that we do not fully understand until years later, and once those decisions are made, they cannot easily be undone. It's been suggested that residents of Piedmont are relying on Facebook and YouTube for all their concerns regarding data centers. While social media may be where some people, like myself, first find our information, we then go on and do the research. Like many residents, I've taken time to read studies, review documents, compare information from multiple sources, listen to different viewpoints, and ask questions before forming my opinions. The concerns being expressed are not simply the result of social media, they're results of residents trying to understand how a project of this magnitude could affect our community, our infrastructure, our water resources, our wildlife, the quality of life that drew so many of us here to Piedmont in the first place. The more I've researched data centers, the more concerned I have become about their demands on infrastructure, potential impacts on the water and noise, which you, Byron, actually said, your ears are your own, the long-term accountability needed to ensure that promises made today are still honored years from now. I also do not believe moving the proposed location from near an intermediate school to farmland solves the problem. It simply moves the impact to different families, different wildlife, different land. Really, what's the rush? I respectfully ask that you objectively weigh not only the potential benefits of this project, but also the documented impacts, the demands it could place on our infrastructure, the long-term uncertainties that can be fully unanswered today. The decision you make now will shape Piedmont for decades to come. This is about more than a single project or a single vote. It's about the legacy to leave to our future generations and the kind of community we want our children, our grandchildren to inherit. I'm not against growth, and I'm simply asking that we choose growth that protects the character of our
My name's Angela Robertson, 9152 Sarah Road Northeast. So my family started here 137 years ago. I'm on 20 acres from 137 years ago. And I come here tonight to ask you to listen to what we have to say. We come to the meetings, we are asking, begging, and pleading, basically, that you not put this poison, AKA data center, in our community. I have been to the meetings where they've said things were an emergency when they weren't, meetings when changes to the industrial zone, so you want to move from here to here. You only get land once. They don't make new land. Once they screw it up, it's done. There's nothing you can do. The meeting on the data center visit to Atlanta, all I got from that was walking past flower beds, trees, and a pretty brick facade. That's all I got. You gotta check your boundaries to make sure you're within the limits, to make sure they're there. They can get in. And the guidelines, industry guidelines apparently was written in record time from my understanding. I truly hope that you listen to what your citizens are saying. No data center, period. You are the ones that hold the power to keep the poison out of our community. All of you on this board were elected by us. I ask that you care and you listen to your community, and your community is telling you no. From what I see and hear at meetings, you have made sure that all the T's are crossed, the I's are dotted. In my heart, I pray I'm wrong. You all, the elected officials, have already decided on these poisons. All of you are seeing dollar signs. That's what I see. That's my viewpoint. And you have to live with the fact that you have allowed these poisons within our community if you vote to do this. Again, I pray I'm wrong. I really do. I hope you listen and you say no. Be like Luther. No, don't be like Luther. Go above and say no for your community. Just remember and pay attention to what your people are saying. We're saying we don't want to hear. I don't want to have to leave my legacy of 137 years because you've ruined it by allowing this in here.
We are discussing item F.
Chelsea Bingham, I apologize for my confusion, possibly because what I have to say tonight applies to both item F and item G. To start out, I'd like to give you a little bit about my background. I was raised on a small calf cow operation in eastern Oklahoma. Today, I'm the County Executive Director of the U.S. Department of Agriculture Farm Service Agency in Canadian County. I have faithfully served the farmers and ranchers of this great country for over a decade. I only tell you this so that you know that I know a thing or two about what I'm speaking about tonight. I'm not here to represent USDA or FSA in any official capacity. I'm merely here as a concerned Piedmont resident. According to the 2022 Census of Agriculture published by the USDA National Agricultural Statistics Service, or NASS, Canadian County ranks 15th out of Oklahoma's 77 counties in sales of cattle and calves. This single aspect of our community's vast agriculture industry generated $65 million in sales in 2022. Since 2022, cattle prices have skyrocketed by over 100%. So just imagine how many millions of dollars are being generated at today's prices. For program year 2024, the Canadian County Farm Service Agency issued $14.5 million in agricultural payments to Canadian County farmers and ranchers. Combined, these millions upon millions of dollars generated by farmers and ranchers and the agricultural program payments from FSA are the driving force of our local economy. Now, you might ask, how is this relevant to the decisions that the council is making here tonight? On top of the constant humming noise that is audible to the human ear, data centers also emit infrasound, a low-frequency sound below the range of human hearing at 20 hertz. The low-frequency sound waves have long wavelengths, allowing them to pass easily through walls and travel for miles. Research by the National Institute of Health found that long-term exposure to humming sounds like those coming from these data centers leads to welfare deterioration, behavioral disorders, and the development of anxiety and fear in livestock. Noise can cause chronic stress that is marked by physiological parameters, including acceleration of heart rate and elevated cortisol levels. Increased stress in these livestock will result in reduced productivity, which includes decrease in reproduction, increased number of stillbirth, hindered weight gain, and extended fattening periods due to reduced feed intake and premature death. An introduction of these data centers into our largely agricultural community will have a direct and overwhelmingly negative impact on our local economy. The increased stress on the livestock from infrasound and scarcity from water will reduce the money generated by our farmers and ranchers.
Council, Mayor, I'm Troy Mason, live on 1903 Moffett Road Northwest. I oppose this item along with many other residents in Piedmont. Myself, our family is directly impacted. We're within that 7.5 mile development zone, so we would be immensely impacted. Public concern about hyperscale data center development is growing nationwide, and recent surveys indicate a significant opposition across political lines. This is not a Republican or Democrat position, it's a unifier of our nation. It's a community issue. The proposed industrial technology zone would fundamentally change the real character and quality of life that attracted many of us to this area. Our families enjoyed this for 32 years. Our home has been our investment, our savings. And because of the open space, low density development, and rural environment, it's been our dream home. I'm retired now, and it's where I plan to spend the rest of my life, but that may change. Those qualities are now at risk. There are nearly 400 homes within 2 miles of the proposed industrial zone. Property values are a major concern of many people in this area, particularly those whose homes represent their largest financial investment. Environmental impacts, water availability, noise, light pollution, air quality, and public safety are also a significant concern that deserves careful review. Before any approvals move forward, residents deserve clear answers to several important questions. Has a comprehensive traffic impact study been completed, including projected construction traffic and heavy truck volumes during the multi-year build-out? I talked to a gentleman that builds data centers the other day. He told me that's one of the biggest things that he runs into, traffic. One data center he worked on, to go 3 miles takes about 45 minutes. What independent analysis has been performed regarding impacts on local roads, emergency response times, and public safety? This affects especially our school buses and our kids. What protections will be in place for nearby homeowners if property values decrease? Why does there appear to be an urgency to approve these projects before all studies, infrastructure plans, and public safety considerations have been fully disclosed and independently evaluated? The citizens of Piedmont deserve transparency, complete information, and a thorough review process before decisions of this magnitude that could permanently alter our community for generations to come is voted on. Vote no.
Nelson. So I'd like to address what the mayor said about planning and zoning pushing along and doing nothing. Well, Mr. Heisey is recommending that the planning and zoning get the information more than 3 days before. They had 256 pages to review. They actually made the comment that they're learning so much from the citizens. That's unacceptable, that they have to learn so much from the citizens, or they have to read 256 pages over the weekend. Who are you gonna call? And if you have questions Monday, I'm sure most of them were. So you can't sit there and fault them for doing that. Things were said during the planning commission about what their duties were. So my open records request, still waiting on it, asked about the training. At the bottom of an application for a planning and zoning person, it says they will complete training within 1 year. I'd like to see what that training is. I do appreciate the fact that you're being more proactive with that training, because that does give transparency. When it comes to the flume and changing it, there's just been so many other issues. We can't even get our borders established. So I don't understand why we're rushing through on this. I saw a special that talked about demolishing downtown and how they're gonna do all these great little things. Next thing you know, it's a bunch of parking lots, and they are regretting it. Same thing with the Chisholm Trail. Everybody's talking about it. Once it's gone, it is gone. You can't get it back. As far as transparency, it's been noted, planning and zoning, and through the different city council meetings, that there's been no public participation. We're reading them. You know, somebody across from our house had an amendment to theirs from 5 acres to 2.5 acres. What am I gonna say? Sorry, demolish the building? It's not gonna happen. There's zero transparency because since we lost our local newspaper, you have to find the notices. I've seen other city websites where it posts the notices so you can find it. So you're not having to go through online items. I think there's 3 different newspapers we're publishing in. So that would help for transparency purposes. And with the planning and zoning, asking for the additional studies, I don't think that's asking too much. All of this has been passed through so fast, and everything is made because of Cloverleaf and Beltline asking us to change it. What was wrong with what we had before? We paid a lot of money and we spent a lot of time. There have been no town halls and no meetings for any of the wards, so there's been no input. That's something that you gave the citizens for the comp plan, and I'll see why we can't do that. On that multimodal, I'm still kind of confused. I have been in contact with the FAA because I am a controller, and I think I'd like to know what she was talking about that. And one last note, I'd like to know what the basis of the recommendations from the staff seem to be more of an opinion of personal interest instead of a black and white recommendation. I think they need to give us the black and white information instead of personal opinions. Thank you.
My name is Andrea Kern and I am in Ward 2. I don't put my address out because I'm usually there by myself because my husband travels for work, so. Just tell you a little about my family. I've been a resident of Piedmont for 15 years. I'm not only a resident, but a parent of a graduate of Piedmont High School and UCO, and I have probably fed some of y'all's kids if they were on the track and cross country team in between 2012 and 2015, or 2017. I always provided snacks for all the kids because the coaches didn't. So I made sure that all your kids had food. I own multiple businesses here in Piedmont as well, and I know a couple of you guys that are sitting up there. And I am a master gardener with Oklahoma State Canadian County Extension Office. One of the things that I mentioned that because one of the things that I have noticed over the past few years since since Okarche put in their windmills is there's a lack of pollinators. Last year I probably saw maybe 4 monarchs. I'm not a hippie. I'm just going to tell you right now, I'm not a hippie. I was in commercial property development in Phoenix, Arizona. So I'm all for progression. I'm all for growing Piedmont. I'm all for providing more tax dollars, more whatever, more revenue for the town. But I have seen a correlation between when those windmills were put in and the number of birds in my yard. I've always had bird feeders in my yard. And I've probably seen maybe 10 birds in my yard. And I still have the same amount of bird feeders. Pollinators, this year I have seen 3 bumblebees. I have not seen any honeybees in my yard. I'm having to hand pollinate all of my squash and zucchini and the majority of my vegetables that I grow. I have a huge garden because I provide food for about 3 different households besides my own. As I said before, my husband was stationed in Arizona, so the majority of his military career we spent in Arizona, and I was a commercial property manager. I bought and sold commercial properties in Scottsdale. I could probably tell you some of them and you would know who they were. One of the main buildings that I sold and managed was the highest property sold in the state of Arizona. So I am for progressing. I am for building Piedmont. And you know, I'm going to go ahead and apologize to everybody here, because once my daughter was out of school, I mainly kept to myself. If there's something that the city needs, or if y'all need help with anything, I'm a stay-at-home mom. I don't mind coming and doing research for you. I don't mind helping out. I do own Dodge City Paintball. I don't mind hosting things out at Dodge City. I know it's Yukon, but we do have Piedmont Fire and Piedmont Police out there. So I want to offer my services to help with finding new ways to bring in money other than a data center.
I don't have any more forms on item F. Did you fill out a form?
Didn't, this is a public hearing, so we're not going to advertise.
Go for it.
Let's do it as a public hearing.
So. Yeah, come on.
All right, Brock Garrison, Amanda Court, Piedmont. Coming as a citizen, I was at the Planning and Zoning Commissioner meeting. And just for some food for thought, since no recommendations were passed through, you might think about a 2040 comp plan that had citizens, staff, council, commissioners that all came together for years. City manager, I think, was in on it too. And put that together. They thought long and hard where the industrial should go. And I think from planning and zoning, it was recommended that maybe we put a committee together to see where the best possible land usage for a data center or our industrial could go that might be better served than up there. Just a recommendation for you guys. Let's see. It was also stated there that one city planner came up with this location. That's a lot of responsibility for one person. So maybe some additional studies could help that person out if that's the best use of land. Lighting, traffic, sound, I believe all those were additional studies that were mentioned at that meeting. So just for you guys, since nothing was passed through with no recommendations, those might be some recommendations that you think of as you're talking about this. Appreciate you guys.
Daniel, we are 2 minutes before our 10 o'clock deadline. What is the recommendation?
I think we're done with the hearing. If there's no one else, we can close the public hearing and we can move on to the next step. I didn't see anybody else.
What?
Well, so to answer your question, if we haven't concluded the public hearing, then we'll have to move the public hearing to another date. If there's just one or two more, we can get it done and then move forward. I think that'd be best. But if it's gonna keep going, then I think, yeah, you're getting pretty late.
So we can extend it, like it's a hard 10 o'clock.
Well, it's not a hard 10 o'clock, but the Oklahoma Open Meetings Act says that meetings shall be at times and places convenient to the public. So at some point, the longer you get past 10, it really starts to get to that area. Is this really convenient? So I think if you're close, you might wrap it up. If you're not close, you might.
So I have two right now. I want to speak. Anybody else? I only have 30 seconds. 3.
I'll make it quick, which is really rare for me. All I want to say
Hey,
is.
by the way, hey, I need to clarify. This is on item F for the industrial rezone.
So it has to be specific to that?
It needs
Well,
to be.
I would really like to say, please vote against that. Like, at least put a pause on it. You can see all the information that's out there. It's all confusing. And, you know, I can see where this looked like a great idea at first. Oh my gosh, we can get all this stuff done. And it's okay to have made a mistake. It's okay to really look into like all of the pertinent information that we need for where it's being built, when, just all the changes that have been made. It's very confusing, and I don't think it's something that we should rush. I definitely think it's something we should just take. And if you guys were sold at first, like, oh my gosh, this is great, and you're starting to see that there might be some problems, it's okay to say no. It's okay to change your mind. It's okay to be wrong. It's okay if it protects us, like everyone else has said. They've put out a lot of information. I don't need to repeat all that, but I hope you consider everything, and thank you.
My
My name is Jonathan Langer. I live at 940 Moffett Road Northwest, so this is gonna be right across the road from where I live. I would just wanna say, I moved out here, I spent a lot of money on that, to me, to live out there on that 5 acres. And I don't think this is what Piedmont wants, and I think you guys' job is to represent the city of Piedmont. This is Piedmont. And everyone of y'all were voted by Piedmont, which is me and my family. I have a wife and 2 daughters. We have chickens. My wife has got way more chickens than we ever thought we were gonna have. But I lived in Oklahoma City. We moved out here to get away from this. Nobody said, I wanna move out here because there's a data center. That's all I wanna say. Like I said, I don't have all the facts. I don't have the speech. I wasn't planning on it. I've never been to council meetings before in my life, and I'm going to start because this shit is unacceptable. And when people don't show up, I'm not saying you guys are bad, but you get voted on, and 30 people vote you in, and now the community has to suffer y'all's consequences. Like I said, I'm not saying y'all are bad people, but when citizens are involved, this kind of crap gets passed. So, thanks.
I'll make this short. My name's Dan Montreal. My wife and I live at 13704 Blacktail Court. I'm the owner of Bridging Vines Winery and Brewery, nearby Yukon. We chose to make Piedmont our home because of its rural character, open spaces, quality of life. We invested our retirement and our future in Western Canadian County because we believe in preserving the qualities that attracted us here in the first place. Open land, responsible growth, and high quality of life. I want to begin by saying that I'm not opposed to economic development. Growth is important and new businesses can bring value to the community. However, I believe it is our responsibility to be carefully evaluate the long-term impact of any project before approving it. My big concern is water. As a winery owner, I understand the value of water. Water is not simply a utility, it is a finite resource that supports our homes, farms, business, and future growth. Beyond water, I'm concerned about the overall benefit to the community. The decision is not just about one project. It may influence the direction of growth in Piedmont for decades. If these facilities are approved today, what prevents additional large-scale industrial developments from following tomorrow? Many of us choose to live in Piedmont because of the unique character, agricultural heritage, and quality of life. While my winery is located in Yukon, its success is directly tied to the rural character of Western Canadian County. Visitors come here because of the open spaces, agricultural roots, small town atmosphere that makes this area special. Therefore, I respectfully ask the council to reject this kind of proposal. Piedmont's greatest asset is its people, its rural character, its open spaces, and the quality of life. Once these assets are compromised, they cannot easily be restored. While economic development is important, I believe it's a better opportunity for growth. Do not place these communities at risk. I invested my retirement, my family's future, and my business in this area because I believe in the character of the community. As a Piedmont resident, I ask you to carefully consider whether the project aligns with the qualities that attract so many families here in the first place, and whether it protects the resources and the quality of life we value. Thank you for your time.
My name is Angelia Webb. I live at 1414 Moffett Road. This will be directly catty corner from my house. I cannot get over what you said earlier. My ears are my own, and yet you are still having to debate this issue. This will be something that will have to live in my ears, in my head, everywhere, every minute that I'm at my home, which should be my sanctuary. I don't even understand how there can be a consideration.
Piedmont means. I've been here since, we moved here in '72, been here my whole life. I'm at 7510 Jaime Lane, just around the block from them. I just went to Smithville, Missouri, just a few weeks ago, where they're building a data center. Across the street from the data center is about 100 trailer houses. And I'm not knocking all construction people, but if you've ever dealt in the construction business, you will know there are some unsavories. You're gonna look at people that, are you thinking of the safety of the people of Piedmont? I'm a mile from where this might be. I've got grandkids that are 3 miles from there, and we've got all these people that live in Piedmont that it's their safety. It's not just their health, it's their safety, it's their animals, it's everything. And all I ask is for you to say no, because this isn't, my dad was a part of the board way back when in the 70s and 80s, and they did nothing to hurt Piedmont. They only did good for Piedmont.
My name is Kim Primavera, and I'm in Coyote Springs. This is my first meeting, and I don't know, I just moved here from Nebraska about a year ago. Like a lot of people, I moved here for the community. My husband just retired this month. I am a mom of 10. I have we have 5 boys, 5 girls, still 3 at home. My concern are the same concerns that everybody has here. Uniquely, I've run a small town newspaper for 5.5 years. My husband's been a school superintendent, a school principal, a coach. He played baseball in college. He's been a teacher. I taught in the school. And then I was the mayor of our town for 8 years and oversaw a $2.6 million water project. When I got on the board, someone told me that your main concern needs to be water, sewer, and streets. And you work with your economic development coordinators. And I grew up on a farm, so all the sentiments that these people have and why we moved here are the same. We look at our grocery store, there's cattle right next to it. Look at what we're known for, Oklahoma, and some of those quaint small town things. You know, we didn't have a lot of time when we moved here to scout every community, but we had real estate agents telling us, well, people don't want to live in Edmond because it's just too populated, there's too much industry, too much traffic. And so we looked at Piedmont. You know, a lot of us probably have better things to do than sit through a 3.5, 4-hour meeting, and you guys too. So I think the voice of the people is pretty strong. And I guess as a somewhat new resident, I look at what our town is known for, what we want to be known for. What can the city use? And I don't think people are asking, hey, you know what our town could really use is a big old 1,000-acre data center. Yeah, I mean, it sounds, people have done the research. It sounds like the sky's kind of the limit once you open that Pandora's box. So I came here just as a concerned citizen, just asking for you guys to hit the stop button. I know a lot of places have hit the pause button. We'll continue to come to these meetings as long as it's on the table, I think. Yeah. I speak for myself.
I thought we just had one more. How long?
I mean, that's kind of, yeah, off this.
Let's just stab off. This is going to be short, but years and years ago, I don't know how many people have been here forever, but the town motto was, where the sun never sets on a loser.
That's right.
That's right. Let's not put a data center in here, because we want to keep this community being not a loser, and that's what we would think of. We love this place. And I know you do too, because you're still here. Listen to what we're saying. It comes from the heart, and it's true. So, that's it. Thank you.
See no others.
Right.
further, take a motion to close the public hearing.
Take a motion I make a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
Second. Rob.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Matt. Aye. Aye. Byron.
Aye.
Well, it's kind of up to you all now. Keeping in mind that we're supposed to have meetings in times and places convenient to the public. You could take action now, or you could reconvene this meeting to a date certain. I would just make sure you give plenty of lead time on what that meeting would be.
Well, it was asked earlier about why are we not having special meetings? Because we're transparent. I know you guys don't think so, but we are. And I think it's just as right to have these meetings at our regular scheduled times so that everybody knows what day it is. If we start having meetings off grid on this stuff, not off grid, but off of our normal times, then everybody's gonna say, oh, they're trying to hide something. So that's why these are on these meetings, and we're gonna deal with that. I don't care if it takes us 6 months, I don't care if it takes us a year to figure this out. Does that make sense to you guys? Now, I'm probably gonna open my mouth and get in trouble by saying this, but technically, I don't have a vote. I am the chairman of this meeting, so I'm gonna be the one to tell you this. I haven't even told the council this. What we need to pay attention to is the fact that our council and our city staff was fast enough to get an IT district to where we have some bite into putting regulations in, okay? And so far, I'm gonna tell you right now, the data center is okay with that stuff. I'll be transparent with you. Let's be real transparent. What happens if we don't approve this? Where are the windows? They are right 60 feet across our boundary. And we are dealing with no regulations. The county lets them build whatever they want. And I'm not trying to scare you. This is the stuff as a mayor that I'm talking to you about that we have to think about. We have to look at the facts of everything. Just because it's on our agenda doesn't mean it's approved. Just because we want to change, listen, I will tell you this, from my understanding on doing this rezoning, is because we want commercial that'll make us money. Gas stations, retail, that's not industrial. I'm gonna tell you, when we did this map, there was not very many people that showed up to these town hall meetings and helped us make these decisions. Yeah, we made the decisions to do that, but it can be changed when we see problems. Michelle, you say, when you see a problem, fix it. If you did something, fix it. That's what we're here for. We're not against you guys. I will promise you right now, you have probably the best council that I've been part of, that I've seen. Pay attention and know their homework. Like, these guys are legit. They're not against you, I promise you that. I'm speaking from my heart. I'm probably gonna get in trouble from the attorney, but I'm just telling you guys, we are on your side. We hear everything, but you want us to protect you. We are going to every means and bounds to protect you, okay?
Let us know where we can help you out.
We will. Anyway, with that being said, I know I just went off on my tangent, but you guys gotta understand, we live here with you too.
Can I
We
say-
want the best. Are we,
Just right quick.
we're gonna schedule this to the next meeting?
Floor is open for a motion.
Your decision, it's our decision, I did.
There's no motion pending.
Yeah, you could help by talking to people in Kingfisher County and so on.
Do we have specifics as to,
Well, we're tied to the flume right now for
We're
discussion.
tied to the flume. Are we going to,
specifics on the 10 p.m. deadline? Is there anything about specifically when we have to come back or anything like that?
People want to know what you want,
What was that? What was the question?
Is there anything tied specifically to when we have to come back? I know we have that whatever ordinance.
Yeah, that's what I was looking up. I was trying to get the timeline, because some applications have timelines, so that's what I was looking up real quick. Just give me 1 second.
Yes, sir, thank you.
so basically, we have to figure out if we're gonna keep on this meeting or if we're just gonna table this item and move to another day. We're finding out what day that's gonna be. Or what day legally it has to be.
Just give me 1 second, I remember where it's at. I know, I just have on phone where it's at.
1001. I just want to, like, we go to a Hey, just to let everybody know, we're gonna go to a 3-minute recess until we figure this out. That way our meeting is legit. So I'm gonna call a 3-minute recess. Start it? Hey, start it?
Keep starting. We're on the bubble.
All right, I call this, can you find your seats real quick? Yeah, close enough.
Okay, so the floor is open now for a pending motion.
Call this meeting back to order.
The floor is open now for a potential motion or action on the flume amendment. Is there a motion?
Yeah, I would like to
make a motion to not change any future land use map at this time because our city limit boundary is in flux, which has a great, if not huge, impact on how we look at the proper use, future use of the land in the city of Piedmont. We must resolve our city boundary issues before we evaluate any type of future land use. That is my motion.
Second.
Matt, can you clarify that real quick?
Yeah, so
There's a lot of words.
let me give you some thoughts on that.
I can convince you.
Well, you need to, if you're going to postpone, you need to postpone to a date certain, or option two is the city can republish and renotice and mail the letters over again. So you pick a date today, or you don't pick a date, and at some point we'll have to reschedule the notices.
We're gonna reschedule, okay, we need to reschedule our notices. I move not.
No. Because we've asked for Oklahoma City stuff to be here for the next meeting. Why don't we just put it on the next meeting, and if we don't get the stuff, then we can table it again? Just so we don't have to send out, like, pay the money. Like, we got notice right now.
Well, regardless whether or not we have to pay money for a future land use map revision, we don't know what our city boundaries are. And then when if our city boundaries end up being somewhat similar to on this unofficial map that we have, there's gonna be a lot to change, a lot to change. And to change it, then we're gonna have to probably restudy it, because one thing I'll tell you, I drove 164th and 150th between Cemetery and out in Richland, and why we decided to make that industrial, in our comp plan, and I voted, I agreed to it, but after I drove it, that is not a suitable area, in my opinion. So that's why I want us to wait before we make any changes on our future land use map, because our city limit boundary is in flux.
I understand that, but why can't we table it to the next meeting and have that discussion when we have time?
Because what's being proposed needs to be revisited.
Oh, I'm not disagreeing with you.
Yeah,
I'm
and we need to reset, and we need to reevaluate commercial, because there's a lot more commercial land that's available. There's gonna be tons more changes that are gonna be necessary.
No, I'm just saying, my facts is, why would we not go ahead and just keep it on the agenda and just keep moving it? Because what happens is, and it's happened here time and time again, is we just let it go to the wayside, and then all of a sudden we're like, oh damn, we gotta do that. And I just don't understand why we can't just discuss it again.
Well,
next meeting.
one, because I think our future land use map.
And this is why we
require-
get stuff confused.
Right, because our future land use map does need to have public input, and we do need to have a new map. With our new city boundaries, we're gonna have to have a new map and a new notification and a new public hearing and comments.
Let's just remember that the PUD applicant, whether you like them or not, has a right to be heard. And apparently, although I don't really personally.
I'm not having a discussion right now, guys. This is the whole deal.
Well,
The discussion is, you made a motion to table the item. And I prefer that we bring the item back next month, so it stays on
And
our agenda. so we
I'm
can
trying to
have
say I
discussion.
agree with that. It'd be nice to ever get to finish a sentence.
All right, so
Okay. I'll modify my motion. I move that we table any action on change of a future land use map to the next meeting because our city limit boundary is in flux.
Second.
aye.
Jonathan.
Aye.
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 You have the other PUDs, we're gonna do the same thing. It's gonna be late.
We're handling this.
Table it next.
All right. I make a motion to open public hearing for item G.
Well, you can make that motion, or you can just table it outright to the next meeting.
Okay, what did you want me to do? Wait a second. He just told me the way to do this correctly, and I've messed it up.
It's okay.
We're trying to do this right, people.
So, I see what I was trying to convey to you. But I'll say so everyone on the council understands and keep it here. So, we have, since they are scheduled for a hearing tonight, we have to move it to a date certain. So what I'm trying to say is we'll move the public hearing to a date certain.
Oh, I thought you told me to do that after open the public.
I may have misspoken, I
Oh,
apologize.
I knew that's what needed to happen. I just thought you said open hearing first and then say.
I just meant on this item, I'm sorry, I may have said it out of
Oh,
order. I just meant on
okay.
this item, move it to a date certain, so we know the exact date, so they all know the date, so we're super transparent.
And I missed something, so I would like to table item G. Open the hearing, the public hearing and the item until the next scheduled council meeting. That's my motion.
Second.
Matt?
Aye.
Byron?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
Jonathan?
Aye.
Rob?
Aye.
And so everything else on the agenda.
H and I.
What is H and
It's the submission deadlines for the applicants, it's Jonathan's. And then discussion and consideration on the.
Yeah, yeah. So same thing, if you want to move those to the next meeting, just take that motion up now, or you talk about it.
I make a motion to table I and H until the next council meeting.
Second.
The next scheduled council meeting. Byron?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
Matt?
Aye.
Jonathan?
Aye.
Rob?
Aye.
And that takes care of everything except this. Move to adjourn meeting.
We can't talk publicly, if you want to come up, you can ask a question.
Oh, we all want to.